All right, we are live, but we are setting things up. Give me a second, as per usual. Gotta do my regular stuff here. Connect, and now we're good. Okay, day 30. What is it? 35. Wow. Okay, so we've been definitely more than a month now. We got a heavy day of coding in front of us. It's exciting, honestly, because I'm gonna be wrapping up that outbound triggers feature that I've been working on for the last 5 days ish. Yeah, because finally my Claude Code subscription usage has reset. Although I'm now realizing that I think that my video processing pipeline is a bit too heavy because I woke up this morning and it caught up on the last few days of like not processing videos, and it processed two streams end to end, albeit that's like 12 hours of content or more, but it's already used 10% of my entire week and it just reset last night. Anyways, Claude is reset so I can finally deal with UI stuff. And then in terms of logic, it's really just a few kind of final touches. So without further ado, let's hop straight into those improvements. Let's get a local server running. We can do this all in the same branch. I don't see much value in spinning up subtrees, or sorry, subtrees, work trees for this. Yeah. Yeah, no. No, it's fine. Okay, so first things first is getting Codex to revise the way that opening greetings are configured. Okay, so the opening greeting for the event-driven automation and the campaigns is now going to actually become opening greeting prompt. So instead of specifying the opening greeting themselves that is said verbatim, they're actually going to be specifying a prompt that is then injected into the relevant node. Yeah. And so what that's going to look like is we're still probably going to have some prompting in the node by default as sort of a setup and kind of like a container to put their prompt. But at the end of the day, we're going to put their prompt as is into the opening greeting node. And the opening greeting node is yeah, okay, so go ahead and do that. And alongside this, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create templates. They're opening greeting templates for both the campaign and the event-driven automation. We can actually use very, very similar templates. Actually, in fact, I don't mind just using the exact same templates regardless. Um, and those templates should have like sort of the setup, like the prompt itself, and then also it should have examples. So like the whole opening greeting is going to be basically a prompt, right? But it's going to contain sort of some instruction or some context or some details, and then it's going to include 3 or 4 examples that follow those instructions. And so that's what all the examples are going to be. Now, the examples, because like some instructions might reference the contact notes, which are going to be included on the campaign or on the event-driven automation. Some of the opening greetings are not going to reference those, right? Because some of them, they need to use the contact notes in order to like personalize the opening greeting. Others might not. So in terms of the examples also need to flow from that. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think actually no, I should specify a bit more about what changes this is going to actually look like. What is it actually going to translate into? Uh, so let's go ahead and do that. So what this is going to look like is we're going to keep the same opening greeting like field name, but it's a little bit confusing now because it's actually like opening greeting prompt, right? So I want on the base level definition of the configuration, whether it be directly in the Prisma schema for campaigns or directly in a config definition for the event-driven automations, I want a little comment that just actually specifies that this is in fact a prompt, not the opening greeting itself. Just a small little clarification there. Um, although that could become stale. Nah, you know what? It's critical enough that I'm fine with that. Okay. Yeah, so what changes is it going to look like? It's going to look like, so first of all, we do need opening greeting templates on the campaigns to be updated. The ones that already exist are decent. Maybe these can be kept or adjusted. And then the like we should definitely be introducing new ones though that involve contact notes or potentially like just multiple versions of the existing ones. Another thing actually that I want you to do for the existing ones is instead of having templates that are just raw text that have like the business name like template, like it's like a template and then it has the agent name like as a template, I'd actually prefer to just like fill those in automatically for them so that they're not you like they don't need to adjust it or they don't see a bunch of templated variables. Really, the only thing that is templated is just the callee name, or sorry, let's change that to contact name. And then we also want to template the contact notes as well. So they can reference the contact notes. Okay, so girlfriend's calling me at 7:49 a.m., but I will pick up and give me a second. Okay, back business here. Let's hop in to. Can we shrink this? Looks like not potentially. Ooh, maybe no. That's it. Oh, don't want to shrink that. Okay, so looks like not. All right. I was testing out Gemini yesterday. Gemini, oh my gosh, atrocious. Wow, it's actually impressive that Google, the leading company in AI prior to the AI age. Well, I don't know about leading, but like I mean, it's Google. I kind of expected them to win this race, to be honest. But whoa, whoa, 40 skill descriptions dropped. What? Oh, truncated. I see. Skills listing will be truncated. Oh, that's cool. Every session and use rate limits faster. Okay, that's fair. Um, Yeah, like that's actually totally fair, honestly. Like I don't really need them run. I run these manually, so it's fine. Okay. Well, some of them actually I do not want. Like these I want actually loaded, like the superpowers ones, but then the other ones I want to just be manual only. Um, okay, let's just keep on working, and if it causes me issues, then it causes me issues. I'll get to that. I'll get to that at some point. Okay, let's pop into localhost and start getting after it. So npm run dev, and really, first step is just completely ripping apart what Codex has built. I don't want a single, not a single sliver of it should be still available because it's just horrific. I mean, what the? Did I type in the wrong password the first time? I guess so. Okay. Okay, event-driven automation is already disgusting. All right, let's use the same. I think let's use the same sort of design pattern. I also actually want to, at the same time, I want to actually look into beefing up our analytics, and this is going to be something I'm going to do in a side branch. But basically, right now, our analytics page is ambiguous. It doesn't say outbound versus inbound, and then also like it provides like kind of a like a like I feel like the analytics endpoints in general should be reused or at least partially reused for things like campaigns and this now event-driven automation. So let's pop into a branch here and let's ask Codex what they think. Okay, so we have a situation where we have analytics that are displayed on the analytics page, and we have some on the dashboard, and we have obviously some that are scoped to a specific campaign and a specific event-driven automation. Now, first things first, the ones that are for event-driven automation are relatively slim and unhelpful, to be honest. The campaigns are slightly more in the direction that we want to go, but even so, I feel like the analytics overall are like they've drifted away from perfection and providing all of the data that is going to be most useful for them to be able to understand the success and sort of what's going on behind the scenes when it comes to their calls. You know, being able to understand, okay, like what are the outcomes of all these calls? What are the like percent that are going to voicemail? How many calls are made in total? What percent of those went to voicemail versus what percent went to, or they picked up? What are the average length of these calls that didn't go to voicemail? I don't know, like these are just things off the top of my head. But I guess that's more for outbound. For inbound, I think the ones that we already have on that page is great, the analytics page. But the confusing part about the analytics page is it actually includes, I think, outbound and inbound, and there's no like separation of it. So I'm almost thinking like, should there be an outbound and inbound like sort of toggle there, like a tab at the top of the page or something like that, which switches the analytics that are displayed and switches like the graphs that are displayed on the page because like some of them are just like not really helpful for outbound, obviously. Anyways, I'm just like basically thinking about analytics overall, and I'm wondering like, should we be centralizing all of these analytics underneath like a sort of one API endpoint that then has like filters, like your ability to filter by campaign ID or event-driven automation ID, for example, um, and then sort of slice and dice it in different ways depending on like just a flexible singular endpoint. I honestly haven't even looked into how it's done right now. I know that basically when I originally built the analytics endpoint for the analytics page, I know that that one is really well done and really well built. And I'm just not sure. Like, should we be reusing that one and building on top of it for the campaigns and event-driven automations, or is that already happening? I haven't looked into actually the way that the analytics are set up for the campaigns and event-driven automations, but we want to get to a point going forward where everything is super solid, well designed for analytics, and scalable, and can provide all of the information flexibly that someone would want to know. So could you just look through the design, spawn some sub-agents to help you out if you think that that's relevant, and give me a recommendation for how to move forward. All right. Oh shoot, are we on stand up? Okay, I got stand up in a total of, or not total, but you just in 3 minutes. I gotta hop off for stand up. Default outbound. Not sure what this is all about. Campaign opening, greeting, prompt, register. Interesting. It's quite a lot of changes. Yeah, no, I guess it's justified. Okay. Ooh. No, yeah, we're good. All right, front-end UI. So I think before we even go to the changing the way that event-driven automations look, I need to first see, do I even agree with the way that campaigns work or campaigns look? Huh. I do and I don't. No, I guess it's generally fine. Yeah, I think we'll just move to this as well, potentially. I don't like this setup. Or maybe I do. I mean, no. No, I think let's use a similar one on both. I do kind of like the data being displayed on the top here though. That's kind of useful. Actually, you know what we should do? I think I'm gonna just ask it, so for redesigning oh shoot, it's stand up. Okay, I will be back in I don't know, a couple minutes here. Let's say 20 minutes. Stand up. Yeah. Okay. Be back in a second here.
All right, we're back. So, how are we doing here? So this is the centralized analytics under exist. Oh, nice. Do not make it overly generic. Mega endpoint is only one API. Keep type analytic shapes, series breakdown, blah blah blah. And optionally add bundled overview. Okay. Yeah, agreed. Not reuse the analytics API. Okay, yeah. What do I build? I'm getting a call. Give me a sec. Yep. So I just realized it's actually starts Monday night. All right, I'm back. Okay, could you use subagents to plan out this implementation and then implement it in a named work tree off of the current branch? Just implement all of these improvements that you're recommending. So all the way from priority order step 1 to step 5. All right. This is evidently done. Look at these prompts. Wait, what? Oh, I see. You clearly didn't get like you still this doesn't make sense. Like you still are saying use user first name naturally near the beginning when it is available and the prompt allows personalization. Like why are you even saying that? The like that doesn't make any sense. Like the prompt is just the prompt is the one that's going to include all of that, right? That's really about it. And then you also don't have like a new header section. It says like you have behavior, how to use the prompt, but then you should just have a new section entirely for the prompt itself in the relevant like header order. And then for some reason in the conversation node, like the hub node, it like you for some reason reference like the opening greeting, which doesn't make any sense. So please fix that as well. All right. Let's just get a complete UI redesign of, not sure why this isn't working. Yeah, let's get a complete UI redesign of the event-driven automations. I am sort of thinking that it kind of depends on the all the fixes that Hmm. Huh. I am sort of thinking that maybe I should wait until these analytics changes are done first. Wait, no, the global bullets. I'm not asking you to remove the global bullets. I was only asking you to adjust the opening greeting nodes and potentially the hub nodes that incorrectly. Hmm. Okay, well, maybe I can at least start the redesign. Okay, this is what I'm thinking. Okay, could you like in sort of a for the campaign opening greeting and the voicemail custom prompt into the text editor itself, like sort of above the text editor, could you add like two little like kind of almost I don't know, buttons or like little tags or little kind of not tooltips, but little like kind of no, not labels, but like could you add little I can't think of a word, but like little buttons that like are I don't know, naturally like look good uh and look like natural that just sort of inject the like contact name and contact notes like field directly in there. And then the contact name and contact notes field, could you also highlight it in like purple or something like that in the text editor itself? And then the contact name, when we actually parse and replace that, it should be parsed and replaced to the actual dynamic variable itself, like the dynamic variable reference. But the contact notes should actually not be a dynamic variable reference. Instead, it should actually be replaced to reference, like, in quotation marks, the contact notes that are in the global nodes. So, for example, I kind of want to remove the test. Basically, our UI UX is actually like it's at the moment, I'd argue non-consistent, which is breaking like principles that I know should be true. Basically, the way that when you adjust the wow, my local server is really slow. When you adjust the inbound stuff, you have like draft changes and you test it here, you publish the changes. But if you, for example, go into a campaign, uh, the test button's sort of up here, and then you also have, okay, so you have start, and you have edit. Even when you edit it though, there's no test button on the edit page at all. Like there should almost be a test button right here even. I feel like that would be a little bit more convenient so that they could test it right there on the page. In a way though, it might be too or it's a little bit complicated on our end. Okay, nice. This is actually perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Except for the text editor looks like pretty broken to me. So the text editor that you just built, like I like the visual of it, but it's just completely broken. It does not work at all. Like yeah, the logic itself is, yeah, it's not correct. It like, I can't, like the cursor location's not correct. It, when you highlight text, it sort of looks weird. You just validate the logic itself. Get a sub agent maybe to pressure test what you're doing here. Yeah, like what the hell? Oh, you know what I can do in a work tree actually? Hmm. Sort of thinking. What if we added smart list ID? Yeah. Let's go to FollowUpBoss. Boss API. Firecrawl is not starting. Why though? Let's try that again. Okay, I will update codecs happily. All right, let's try this again. Ooh, I got color coding down here now. How exciting. Anyways, MCP. Let's see if Firecrawl is available. Yeah, looks like it is. Yeah, we're good. All right. Founder's calling me. Give me a sec. All right, hold on. I gotta hop into a quick meeting here. All right, I'm back. Just had a few meetings. Um, okay. Where are we at here? Let's go ahead and just. Oh, we're in the middle of testing Emily localhost because the editor was broken. Let's go ahead and just make sure that works. But then after that, we're in a pretty good spot, hopefully. Um, Interesting. Transparent. What the? Wait, where's the little like buttons to add the first name and contact notes into the editor? I don't like, why'd you remove that? I'm a bit confused. No, 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 no. I'm saying like I literally don't see these chips at all. You don't need to change it. I like contact name. That's fine. But like I just don't see it. I don't see the chips. Oh, they are above the campaign. They're just not above. They are in the campaign. They're just not on the event-driven automations. I also don't see them on the voicemail either, which I asked you to do. Also, the editor is still like slightly broken, because when you like click space inside of like, or once you click space, the the sort of like purple highlighted area stays highlighted. It stays highlighted when you actually type, and then when you click one of the little chips, your cursor goes to the end, and it doesn't even get like outside of the purple area. So like you start typing again, and it's like it's stuck in there and it's completely buggy. It really should just be as simple as like highlighting those special characters, and like that's it. You shouldn't be able to type inside, like if you add additional characters, then the whole thing should become unhighlighted. It's really I'm really confused about why this is so complicated. Perfect. That's all that needed to happen. Okay, yeah, this looks a lot better, and it definitely works a lot better as well. The only issue now is that the highlighting extends beyond it, like it's not perfect. It doesn't, it highlights like an additional space to the right. It's just not aligned. If you look at the screenshot, you can see that there's like kind of there's missing highlight in the first contact notes. There's like an additional highlighting space on the to the right of it, and then on the second contact notes, the left bracket isn't highlighted, and then there's two additional spaces on the right of that one. Perfect. It all works now. Nice. Okay, yeah, this all works great. So basically, you have, just want to confirm, you have this exact same editor with the chips for the voicemails and the opening greeting prompt across campaigns and event-driven automations. Could you spawn up a named work tree? And you can use Firecrawl to look at the exact documentation if you think it's going to be helpful. But when they sync from FollowUpBoss or when they have FollowUpBoss connected, I want an additional tab to be able to be selected on the audience for the campaigns. And that additional tab is going to be like smart lists. And then they should be able to just select, they should be able to, like, there should be like a drop down or something like that. Uh, that allows them to select a smart list, and then they can, and then it'll show all of the contacts that are in that smart list, and then they should have the ability to like select all. Uh, yeah, they should be able to have the ability to select all from that smart list. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm talking about the actual. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So now it's all Let's go ahead and commit. Wait, what? I'm really confused. Like, why do I have like 219 unstaged files in my brain? Was there some sort of confusion on your end, or what the hell happened there? No, what? No, absolutely not. Like, I no. There's not from new things. Like this, these all existed when I actually asked you to run the BB command. So, what are you talking about? Okay, wait, hold on. No, like fi figure out what what happened here, and we need to make sure that none of this this never happens again. Fix the skill, or I don't know. Just make sure that this, yeah, this should never occur. you can just run BB again after you're done creating these fixes and just add an additional commit. You don't need to amend the previous commit, but I just want to make sure that this sort of situation never happens again. Uh, why would just discard the agents.md sync changes? I don't know why you edited agents.md. I never asked you to edit agents.md, so yeah, just discard those, I guess. Okay, I want you to go through the campaign and event-driven automation, like opening greeting like templates, and there should be effectively like two versions of each template. Like one where they do reference the caller notes, and then the other that doesn't have caller notes. So the ones that have caller notes, it really should be a matter of like starting off with an overall like context on like, the opening, like, just basically stating that the goal is to, create a single like opening greeting phrase that is concise or whatever, it doesn't matter. And then it should basically like with the one with caller notes, it should basically just explain like, what the caller notes is going to contain, and then it should just basically say like create a personalized opening greeting that references the caller notes.
So for example, and then it should have examples that directly like basically highlight exactly the intended usage of the color notes. So, for example, web lead where they sign up for a website, like your examples should be very like I guess the examples on there should be tailored to actual examples that could be relating to web lead confirmations, listing inquiries from notes, for example. Like again, it should be like the examples that are included in there. For the one that has contact notes, should really be something as simple as uh, hey John, I just saw you were taking a look at 123 Avenue. Wanted to reach out. Hey John, my name is Emily. Saw you were looking. My name is Emily from XYZ Real Estate or whatever. Saw you were looking at 123 Avenue. Wanted to reach out to see if you had any further questions or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that's a good example, but you get what I'm trying to say. Where the version with the contact notes, it should basically just state the overall objective and sort of some context about what these contact notes actually are going to be, and then should should basically give examples that highlight real situations that could come from those contact notes. And it should also make it clear that the example, like in the header of the examples, it should make it clear that like adapt freely, whatever. You can use like look at the way we prompt in our backend with examples. You can say like use that same sort of example like prompt in the actual prompt templates where it says like examples and then in brackets like adapt freely or whatever. And then the examples that for the prompt templates without color notes, it should just be like it shouldn't even reference color notes at all. It shouldn't be like if they have color notes do this, if they have color notes do that. No, 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 no. We want one set of templates that have the color notes, one set of templates that don't have the color notes, and that's really about it. So when you click on web lead confirmation, it's really like you kind of have to like select like do you have color notes, like yes or no kind of thing, and it should be like some sort of I don't know like not drop down but like some sort of selector or something like that where they can basically say like do we have color notes, like we don't know, right? um, and then in those examples we shouldn't be referencing color notes at all, and the examples should be generic. It should just say hey caller first name or sorry hey contact first name, and then we should yeah, be as personalized as we can to that sort of template. But of course, uh, yeah, we don't have the color notes in that one. So I don't know. That was kind of confusing. Hopefully that makes sense. And then we also want templates, like prompt templates for the voicemail as well. And the voicemail, it should really just be like, I guess, a similar idea, but we don't need like millions of templates like this. Like this is, I feel, well, actually, you know what? Maybe if you want to keep it consistent, go ahead. But yeah, whatever. Just use your best judgment on that. Okay.
Fix the bug that is marking uh, pickup rate as 100% when it's voicemail. That what? And then it also says one failed for average duration, which doesn't make a lot of sense because, like, literally, like when I look at these analytics, it says 100% pickup rate, and then it also says one voicemail reached, and then it also says 100% completion rate, and then it also says for the average duration, one failed. So they're all saying completely different things. It's really confusing. I almost think like completion rate the completion rate should really just be about how many. Okay, so I like completion rate actually. That makes sense. Pickup rate is obviously completely incorrect right now. Average duration is also showing incorrect information. Yeah, sure, that sounds fine. Just do whatever you think is best, honestly. So come out of the work tree and come back onto the main working branch, dev, like my current working directory. And you might want to debug because the tabs on automations, campaigns, inbound, all calls for the analytics page is showing like all like it definitely is incorrect data because it like the total calls it's the same across all of them. Every single tab it says the same amount of total calls. It looks like the same call distribution. The yeah, the filtering is definitely not working at all. I want you to completely redesign the event-driven automations page. You have full control. You have like absolutely no restriction on what how you want things to be displayed. Like quite literally, you just need to make sure that at the end of the day they have all of the options available for configuration. But that's that's it. That's the only restriction that you really have. Other than that, you have full control over what analytics that you think are going to be most useful. You have full control over the flow. You have full control over the page itself that displays all the event-driven automations. You have full control over the page for any one given event-driven automation. You have full control over like what happens when they click the edit button. You could have one page for like a kind of a deep dive into the event-driven automation itself, and then another page for editing it, similar to the way campaigns do, or you could do something completely different. You have full control. I do not want any restriction there. Also, change the tab name to just automations instead of event-driven automations because it looks like that. Yeah, it's terrible right now. Just change it to automations everywhere. It doesn't need to have event-driven in the actual title. if possible, could you actually, so for the call history, could you basically just like have the call history display every single possible call history option in like the tabs there? So like there should be inbound, campaigns, automations, test calls, or just like actually just say testing or tests or testing. I think testing is fine. Widget. I guess that's probably about it. I can't think of anything else. But yeah, just basically have all of those tabs there, and so you can basically filter accordingly, and then you change the icon for campaigns to be something specific to campaigns instead of just the outbound phone icon, and do that for the sidebar as well. And yeah, of course, you should hide any like any of those tabs that have no calls at all. Then they should just be hidden. Oh, if the disk is stale, then you can just rebuild. That's fine. Wait. Hold on. The call history category logic, if you're saying that that lives under the dashboard analytics route, that probably should not be the case, right? Like this if the call history, we should make sure that the call history endpoints or just like getting all the calls supports this sort of filtering itself. We shouldn't be relying on the analytics endpoints. That doesn't make any sense in this case. Okay. Nice. We're making progress. There's a lot going on though, that's for sure. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. That makes sense to me. And then yeah, make sure that actually yeah, go for it. Whoa. Some pretty cool new Claude stuff going on here. It's basically mocking up things instead of just using my code base. I'm a little bit hesitant to believe this is actually going to work well if it's operating outside of my code base, but that's kind of cool. What counts towards pickup rate? Yeah, obviously. Only the latest call per contact. Retry attempts. Only the latest call. Filter analytics. Failed early attempts do not inflate. Yeah. Sure. Okay, no. It's still just going to be an automations tab. That's it. Um, I don't really like. Just use your best judgment. I asked you. You have full freedom. Just give me something. Stop asking me questions. Whoa, this is very interesting. Huh. All right, let's see if the analytics were fixed. I'm hopeful. What's going on the right here? Oh, that's the call history stuff. Okay, campaigns. Or no. Oh, we have so many active changes going on that server. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Well, tragically, I need to run npm run CI, and I'm feeling like hmm. Wait, pushing the actual design now. Wait, what? Whatever. Let it do its thing. E Sure. That that's fine. Yup. List page. Whoa. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. Pub reconnect. Success rate. Completed. Yeah, okay. Fair. Um, I don't I don't like this really at all. Like this is not yeah. Yeah, sure. Just go forward with this. I guess just a note though that I don't really agree with the metrics you're providing. I think that the metrics are kind of useless. Like they don't really show like what does the success rate even mean, right? Like this all should be outcome based. So success rate is completely irrelevant. Having needs attention on the main page also I don't like. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of some of the metrics, but I think the overall layout, yeah, I think that's fine. Ay, ay, ay. Please work. Okay, nice. Okay, here we go. Testing. Oh, wow, that's cool. Could you make sure that the test campaign button and the test event-driven automation button has uh like a little pop-up or something that allows the user to configure the information that is being like the information that's already available. You can predefine or preset the first name, last name, uh, email fields, but then the contact notes field, leave it blank for them to be able to fill something in. The other fields though, allow them to adjust it, but you can actually pre-fill it with some default dummy values. But then the contact notes, that's the one where we do want to give them like full flexibility and don't even bother pre-filling it because they'll just add whatever they want. I think I actually might get. Hmm. What? J- No, like I told you a few times now, you have full freedom. Just please go for it.
they're created incorrectly. Like you're not fully understanding uh, how the contact notes are actually supposed to be referenced. The contact notes are supposed to be integrated like in line with the rest of the instructions, because if you look at the way that contact notes are actually in our prompting, it's actually in the global prompt, and we do not want to repeat those like full expansion everywhere. So they're actually just translating into like a, in quotation marks, like referencing the contact notes, but we're not actually like they're not actually dynamic variables. So for example, the create web lead follow up, it should say um, use one concrete detail from the, and then it should have the contact notes like kind of template right there. So it should say use one concrete detail from the contact notes, so the message feels like a real follow-up to their online action. Keep it under 20 seconds and end with a callback ask. And then so we don't need that contact notes there. That doesn't make any sense. Because the contact notes isn't meant to be fully expanded here. It's just like a reference. So could you go through all of the templates and make sure that like they're correctly being framed in this way? Basically, like you should spawn subagents. You should actually, yeah, spawn like multiple subagents to make sure that the way that the prompt templates are being written are sort of aligning with the way that the prompts in our backend system is also written. How our backend system should be written is like the opening greeting and uh, the voicemail is basically contact name is always going to be resolved to the actual dynamic variable like reference for the contact first name or the user first name. But then contact notes is always going to be just in quotation marks or just like sort of referencing the contact notes that is in the global prompt. And so the way that these should be framed and the way that our in the templates is basically using that information accordingly. And then in our prompting, we should always make sure that it's correctly sort of, I guess, correctly sort of setting up this scenario where the opening greeting, it just basically like hands it off to this template. And then same thing with the prompt template. It just basically like says like follow the prompt below or something like that. Could you UI redesign the cards, like the campaign cards, or just like the campaign list page overall? You have full freedom on what you think should be there, and you actually also have freedom to add additional metrics or to remove metrics you think are unimportant, et cetera, et cetera. Like as like an overview for each campaign, because right now it's not very helpful. I think the metrics that are displayed, yeah, they're kind of useless. it also says calls made, and then it also has calls completed, which doesn't make sense. It's duplicating information. So overall, yeah, what I'm saying is just, yeah, you have full control to redesign this page how you see fit. But fundamentally, I think like the biggest value is gonna just just gonna be like redesigning these cards and what's actually on the cards themselves. Keep in mind you have full freedom to like add or adjust APIs if you need additional metrics, or if the way that things are designed as of right now don't really fit what you're hoping for. Because what I want you to do is I don't want you to like treat our system as gospel in this scenario. I want you to think about objectively what's going to be the most helpful information for someone to know when they quickly glance at the campaign, and then actually just like build that, and then force our system, to provide that useful information if we have access to it, obviously. Could you UI redesign the campaign like metrics section? Actually, you know what? I think this is good enough. Yeah, I think that's good enough. I think I'm just overthinking it here. Okay, objectives. Could you update the details pop out for the campaigns to show all of the campaign configuration, including voicemails or whatever else is missing from there right now? No way. Uh-oh. No, no, don't. I told you complete redesign. Like you have full freedom. Use the UI redesign skill if necessary, but don't show me anything in the web browser. Just simply go, just do something that you think is gonna work and you think is looks nice, and then we'll go from there. You don't need to use the UI redesign skill itself, but I guess just what I'm trying to say is like I don't want you like just think about what's useful and implement it end to end, please.
Okay, across every single location where says confirm recipient first, please put that just above the opening greeting because logically it should be above the opening greeting in general. This doesn't just apply to the campaigns, it applies to every single location where that's mentioned everywhere. Wait, do you not think that putting the outcomes or like some sort of outcome thing on there would be helpful? Didn't you say that originally? We don't need legacy redirects. I don't want you to create a bunch of backwards compatible code. I want you to create something that works end to end because this is going to be deployed to production for the very first time. So you don't need any like weird stuff. Just please, I'm asking you just to simply redesign the front end for event-driven automations and all of those pages. Just these skills, these superpower skills. I mean, they're good in some ways, but in other ways, they're being invoked. I mean, it's ultimately my own fault for not being prompting well enough, but they're being invoked in situations that are far, far. It's just, oh, yeah, they're being invoked far, far more simple than necessary, I guess. Like they're creating like these crazy plans, and I don't know, way back when, a month ago, all the prompts that I've been sending here have just been quite simple. Just please follow what I'm trying to tell you here. Hold on, like no, you can add things to the back end. I'm not saying you can't, if it, especially when it comes to like exposing additional metrics or whatever. No, yeah, you have full control. Sorry, yeah, please, just do whatever you think is best. But use subagents to validate the implementations afterwards to make sure it's all correct. This is becoming a little bit of a god commit. I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm a little bit afraid, but I'm kind of deep now, so I don't think I'm gonna back out. I hope. Wait. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are they saying that they're on a work tree here? I hope not. Ah, they are. And I did not ask for that. Why are you working in a work tree? I didn't ask you to work in a work tree. Hope this person's not in a work tree. No, no, they're not. That's good. Hmm. I'm thinking. So our original plan for the UI was to have like a AI agent page with like basically this and the voice, business name, all this stuff, and then knowledge base, integrations, capabilities, and then move answering hours and then main objectives to like an inbound page, and then remove test inbound call entirely and just rely on like them clicking like test inbound right here. But I'm now thinking this is hard actually. Because agent persona, actually, yeah, I guess from a modeling standpoint, agent persona should be considered global. We just need to make sure that they're all written in a way that makes. Oh, I don't know, actually. From a UX standpoint, it's hard to think about what the best way to do this is because persona.
if we go forward with the model where we have like an AI agent drop down and then inbound campaigns and automations, I didn't ask to commit. I mean, I guess whatever. Recent. What's the definition of recent? Why are we adding recent? Why? Um, actually, you know what? Let's just let it do its thing. That's fine, whatever. Hmm. Yeah, one thing actually we do want to do is, could you go through and make sure that the post call, like anything that basically interacts with external systems, in fact, actually, I would like you to maybe centralize this in the module, maybe just like some sort of a common location in like the EMLY common folder that's appropriate, that just basically defines this, like, I guess what per module or per like post call like step, maybe we just somehow define it in a centralized location, uh, which ones actually should occur for test calls versus which ones should be skipped. So ooh, actually no, I kind of like a new idea better. What we're gonna do is we're gonna create a contact, a test contact that is actually the same test contact that can be used across everything. Kind of like that actually. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. Um, yeah, okay. Let's get back into hello. Just want to make sure this. Yeah, okay. Okay, could you create some sort of centralized definition for in the Emily common folder potentially in an appropriate location that basically what's this? Got pulled back. Got pulled back? What do you mean pulled back? Wait, what do you mean pulled back? What happened? Please stop committing. Oh gosh. Are we like please stop committing or like adjusting functionality that other agents are actively working on. The only time you should ever actually be like a committing or you should be like adjusting functionality that exists already is if your design is objectively better and more flexible or simpler in some way, but do not you're working alongside other AI agents, so I don't want you to blindly uh, just revert their changes without asking first. What the heck? Oh, so they're not. So that prompt actually should not be sent. Okay, well they are committing without me being aware of that, but that's fine. All right, back to what I was doing. Could you create some centralized location or maybe just leverage an existing spot if you think that that's appropriate in the EMLY comment folder that defines which post call things happen for test calls versus which don't? So for all test call scenarios, uh, we should like for if you're testing the inbound calls, if you're testing campaign calls, or you're testing event driven execution calls, doesn't matter. All of those we should disable. Creating a record in the CRM. We should disable syncing from the CRM or what in general in every single CRM. Doesn't matter which one. We should disable post call email summaries. And basically just anything that interacts with an external system, we want to disable that. So for context, we originally had it enabled because we thought like testing end to end would make sense, but at the same time, as our integrations are becoming more robust, especially with CRMs, we don't really want to create a bunch of dummy data in their CRMs. So, yeah, we're just going to adjust that. Let's see what the automations it now. All right, so it still looks absolutely disgusting, and it's in the middle. It's just completely broken. Okay, well, I'm sort of praying that. Unable to load campaigns. Okay. Why is it just crashing now? Maybe it's just completely broken. Okay, I'm kind of a sitting duck for now. Maybe I just play a quick game. I went down from I tilted my way down from 850 yesterday, or 860 I think I was, all the way down to 800, tragically. Very passive game from my opponent here. That's a rather interesting move. I could go here. I could just leave it. I mean, I could also go here, which is like typically not a very interesting move, but in this particular scenario where they push this, it becomes a little bit more interesting. I can actually pin this right now, and then I could bring the queen out in theory. Okay, but his bishop's blocked in, so it's not really too much of a threat. No, you know what? I'll just continue with normal development. But I feel like there's probably some way to take advantage of that, but I just simply
Okay, so let's... I want to wait. I want to let him castle, to be honest. So maybe I castle, but then again, I kind of want to push this. Maybe I just play some sort of chill move. Let him castle. There we go. Okay, let's try him run dev again, see if it still fails. Okay, so it still fails. Syntax error. Okay, there's clearly just like a... Yeah. Slack, Zoho, FollowUpBoss, emails, everything. Don't write a failing test first. Did you not read agents.md? Okay, wait, what was I in the middle of doing? I basically kind of am thinking of doing this. Or I can't do that, right? So I'll go forward with this. I'm hoping he takes and forks himself. That would just be lovely. Also, it looks like my build is failing right now, so just make sure that when you're done everything, that you fully like spawn subagents to fix all your broken code if you broke things along the way. What's his next move? I mean, maybe this. Maybe this. I don't know, but like there's not really much. I mean, I can still go here. It's not pinning anything, but does allow. Okay. Now this becomes a lot more interesting. It'll actually provoke him to take this knight, which actually would fork. So it's kind of tempting. Otherwise, he can't go there actually. His only way to defend. Okay, no, you can defend by doing this. But then I can take, and then he can't take back. So this is an interesting move. I'm fairly certain it's an interesting move. Because even if this, it's still the same scenario. I can take, right? And then if he takes, well, then I take this, so that's not really an option. So if I take with this first, he sort of has to take, and then I have my bishop here, and then I take, and then he takes, I take. I'm up a piece. It sure looks like that. So I'm gonna try it out. I could be wrong, but okay. So then, yeah, right. This is a fork. This is sort of the option that I was expecting him to go forward with, and now, I mean, I think that was just a blunder on his part. I don't. I think that actually this was a blunder, or this was a blunder. I don't know. This was immediately weakening, right? So now I can take this, or I can take this. His threats on this side, he doesn't have any. So I kind of want to leave it, but at the same time, taking it could be nice. Because then it actually forces this, and then it open up my queen, which is kind of cool. So I'll take this first, and then I'll take this after. Does he have a way to save the piece by doing this? No, I don't think so, right? Because, yeah, if he takes here, I take... Actually, he could win. He could get himself an extra pawn out of that. Maybe I should have just taken this. Okay, this is exactly what I hoped for, right? So we're good. And now I can take here with the bishop hit this, and actually there's no way of escaping. So that's definitely a great move. So that's exactly what I'll do. Yeah, the rook has no way of escaping. I think it's best move. Actually, yeah, it might be this. Basically, takes. If he goes here, he threatens this. So, I could ignore it. I could push. I could take, go here. If I go here, I can't castle, which kind of sucks. He can't come back. It does hit this, meaning he has to go this, and then that's actually not a fork. Oh, it is a fork. No, it's not, because he can trade here and then move his rook here, for example. Then I come here, maybe, hit this, and now it's kind of, he's back into a weird situation. I think I'm going to try this out. I could be wrong on this one, but should be okay. Okay, so this was not the move I was expecting. So you can't ever take this. I'm sort of tempted to go here. You can't really push. Yeah, this is a little bit of an interesting move, I think, because then it allows me to stack. It also hits this, which is nice. He doesn't have any darks for a bishop. Yeah, I think this is a good move. So he hits nothing in this situation. It's definitely annoying. There's no doubt about that. I think I have to go back here and offer a trade, potentially. I could do this as well, I guess, but then trade. I'm not a huge fan of that. I think I'll go back, offer this trade. Which is really his only option. Because then I can castle, which is nice. I'm still up a piece, so trading is good. Nice. So yeah, I'll castle. Hmm. Can I like ignore it? I can't right now. I don't know what's the best move here. Do I come back and then try to go for some sort of attack on the pawn here? Do I come out here? Do I pin this pawn sort of? Oh my gosh, I don't have time. Oh, okay. So now things are spicy. I did not realize the time. I really got to start keeping my eye on the time in these 5-minute games. I'm evidently playing way too slow. I mean, I have the same struggle with 15-minute games even, but okay. So let's just double up. And then, okay, so this is fine. Oh, I cannot do that. Uh, uh, 14 seconds. I guess I'll just do this. Okay. Go here. This time pressure is going to be the death of me. I think maybe I can push here. Oh, I think I should have done this move. Basically, what I should have even just taken actually, because takes, and then takes. We end up actually with I end up with a winning endgame, I think. That would have been fine to just take this. Takes. Yeah. Okay, so I'll go here. And I don't really know what I'm doing next, though. The queen is no longer guarding this, which is nice. So potentially... Actually, yeah, maybe I double up here and I try to go here. Okay, that no longer works, right? So we'll just go here. This is stressful. This is hanging still. Okay, so now also my pawn is hanging though, so I really have no choice but to just take this pawn. He's going to take that pawn, and then I'm going to go here. Offer the trade. Yeah, that's great for me. I'm up a piece. Piece and a pawn, actually. Piece and a pawn, I can go here. That's good. Good for me, I think. Ooh, I can also threaten mate. If he takes the bishop, that's mate in one. Is he going to see it, though? He very well might not. He might need to take here, actually. I don't know. Oh, no, he can go... Oh, yeah, no, you can go all the way back. Actually, even, yeah, all the way back helps. It's fine. Now he's the one rushing on time, and now this actually works. Oh, no, it doesn't work. It allows me to force trade, though, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. Simplify the game. I'm up material and a pawn, so it should be winning endgame in theory. So we're chilling, right? Yeah, we're fine. Oh shit. I did just blunder this pawn though. If push takes okay, that works, I guess. Oh, you want me to perpetual check? That's smart. Oh wow, that's genius. I don't have any options. Damn. Wow, well done. Well done. Good for him. That's sad though. I was up so much material. I can't believe I let myself get into a draw like that. Yeah, look at that. I made one mistake. This was the mistake too. That's funny. Wow. Before that, I was up. That's all it takes. One move. All right. Let's go back to localhost. npm run dev. Um. If there's no outcomes, please remove the no outcomes yet. Like that shouldn't even be a part of the like part of the card. Um, but the thing is, they should all still be the same size. I don't like this new card design, honestly. Like, it doesn't look good at all. It should be a card design that works no matter what state the campaign is in, and it should be the same size no matter what state the campaign is in. And if information isn't present, there should just be some sort of like default, like, or some sort of visual that is just representative, or I don't know, shows that there's no data. Or, I don't know, but like right now, like, no outcomes yet. I just feel like it just looks gross, and it's a lot of text on the screen. It's not. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, this new version I don't like. Okay, here we go. Live activity failed. Test yesterday failed. Canceled. Test yesterday. Oh, I see what this is. Okay, interesting. Leads. Leads one. What's calls? 0 meetings. Leads created. Why did it say wait immediately? Like, that is really confusing. The trigger flow, like, when you have immediate calls, it doesn't, like, I don't. This doesn't look very good at all. Also, why are you hard coding like meetings and leads created like at the top as data points? Like, it should just be like, and we also have like spam. Like, what? Also, why are you hard coding like meetings scheduled and like leads created? Like, that, those don't make any sense. Like, it should just, like, if you look at the dashboard, like the dashboard page, we have like a call outcomes card. Like you should just use something similar to that. And these cards are not standard at all. These aren't the standard calls cards that are like used everywhere else in our application. So they look kind of out of place. Yeah, and then the outcomes as well, like the outcomes section actually on the page itself, it it's not actually correct, because the outcomes, it says 50, like it says there was only one call. Like, I'm using looking at an example here, and there's only one call, but the one call has one, like, it's information provided and the meeting scheduled, but like it says 50% on each, which obviously doesn't make any sense at all. Uh,
then we have configuration. And why do we have recipient confirmation? Like, why is there like a security related thing there? That doesn't make any sense. And then the opening greeting, like it should be right before the opening greeting prompt, because if you look into the way their call graphs are structured, like obviously the recipient confirmation is going to come before the opening greeting prompt, right? Also, for the little chips for like first name and contact notes, like I feel like it's kind of ambiguous. Like they're just kind of sitting there. It's kind of confusing. I feel like there should be, I don't know, some sort of I actually don't know. Just redesign that. I don't really like it. It's kind of sad because the way that this is designed, I'm not a huge fan, honestly. And Claude, this is definitely because I think of the skill that I added, and I'm tempted to just remove the skill. The skill thought too much about it, and I think that the base level functionality is a little bit better potentially. Also, why do we have this like configuration drop down at the bottom when there's already an edit button elsewhere? Yo.
All right. Hmm. Okay, I'll be right back. Actually, I won't be right back, really. I have a meeting as soon as I get back, so uh, I will say, let's say 45 minutes customer meeting. All right. Okay, I'm back. So, what we need, first things first, is hmm. Let's try stage changed. Let's do lead. Then we'll just do nothing. We'll just say add tags, and we'll say Emily, and save changes, and we'll say Emily call, and automatically pauses automation when lead responds. Checking this option is recommended to prevent sending context with no. Should be good there. And then we go, we say, this is lead flow. Add lead flow. All right, let's see if we just add, can we just manually add someone? Is that not something that can be done on this page? Uh, Interesting. Okay, I don't know if this is actually, say default. Oh, I don't want a new tab. We want new window entirely. Go Emily. Could you use these uh, use this API key and details to create a lead in FollowUpBoss or create a new lead and just set the don't even set the lead stage at all. And then create a separate test lead which does set the lead stage to the stage being lead. Okay. So for the analytics page, now for the analytics page, for all calls, I think I agree with everything that's there. You know, spam block, call sentiment, call outcomes. Like I think that it all makes sense. Um,
But then for the inbound page, I think that it's also just like it makes sense. It's yeah, they're already good. But then for campaigns and automations, I don't think that the things that are actually displayed make a lot of sense at all. For example, campaigns, call distribution, and peak hours, not very helpful, I don't think. Percent failed, also I'm not really sure if that's helpful. I think call sentiment might be, but I'm just wondering, like, could you just come up with like a list of metrics that you think should be displayed on the campaigns page that aren't already, or ones that are displayed on here that might not be useful and should be replaced? Same idea with the automations. I don't think failed is really worth it. Peak hours and call distribution also probably not worth it. Uh, so yeah, just pitch something you think is going to be actually relevant and useful. Don't ground your answer in what data the backend provides today. I want you to ground your answer in what you think would genuinely be the optimal data to display on this page. Could you remove the live activity and the like data, like the whole data analytics portion of the automations page? Yeah, let's just make them like look the same, honestly. Like, could you remove the live activity and the data automations stuff from the the live data and the analytics stuff from the automations page completely? And then also remove any like endpoints that were any like just remove and clean up any endpoints or backend functionality or front end functionality that relate specifically to supporting that. So for example, live activity, I don't think that's used literally anywhere else. So we just need to make sure that like if we're not using that endpoint anymore, we can just remove it entirely. Basically, like the automations page, at least like it should look fundamentally very similar to the campaigns page where you just have like cards and a search bar and that's about it. Okay, no, trigger call latency, no. A lot of the stuff that you're saying is not grounded at all in ooh. We already have voicemail rate, right?
um, connect rate, conversion rate, drop off. Mm, hmm. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think though that having like conversion rate, like for example, the percent of calls that actually led to each call outcome. So like the percent of calls that led to um, information provided, or the percent of calls that led to booking a meeting, or percent of calls that led to transferring the call, for example. I think those would be helpful. Could you remove the lead synced and spam call stuff entirely from automations and campaigns, because that's just not really relevant? And then, yeah, in terms of conversion and data revolving around that, or maybe like comparing automations, like each automation by name, and like kind of comparing them or something like that. I don't know. Basically, what I'm trying to think of now is what do we do to replace the call distribution and peak hours from both the campaigns and the automations? I do think that some sort of comparison data would be cool, or potentially uh, maybe pickup rate, you know, pickup rate by time of day, potentially. Mm, conversion rate. I actually don't know. I basically, yeah, okay. Anyways, take what I'm saying and maybe refine your last wait, your last suggestion, because a lot of what you're saying is completely irrelevant. This is for business users. They don't care about the P90 and P95 call latency. They don't, like, they're not going to know, like, they don't know what nodes are. So we can't talk about nodes. I feel like you just kind of like splurged out a bunch of things without even understanding my product at all. It's not very, yeah, this wasn't a very productive. A lot of what you said is not very productive. And also, like, we're not going to have any LLM analysis, or at which node do contacts hang up the most. Like, that's no. This should all be business focused, non-technical users. They're not the ones interacting and understanding how we're doing things behind the scenes. This is not for technical people or for us as like developers. This is for the users. Nice. Oh, this isn't even enabled. Well, that's kind of makes it useless. Just to confirm, are you are your recommendations here grounded in what the current page actually supports and what what could like what already exists and what could actually be replaced and what should stay? So funny. Well, first of all, I might have been on mute this entire time, which would have been hilarious, but I accidentally declined a call from a customer thinking that it was part of my testing, but it was absolutely was not. That's hilarious. Oh no. Hmm. Hmm. Damn. Okay. Yep, told you to do that in the beginning. Just to be clear, by the way, this is just for the analytics page. I'm not asking you about like the campaigns pages or the automations pages yet. A little bit of how we might want to have like pickup rate and conversion rate or whatever, but I don't think we actually have rates for any of our outcomes or any of our conversion and stuff like that. So just wondering what your thoughts are on that. Yo. Oogie. Okay, just overall, use your best judgment. I think I agree with kind of everything you've been saying. So implement it end to end. You have full freedom to implement backend changes, front end changes, API changes, whatever. Just make sure that you're using sub agents to verify that you're doing things in a well designed, centralized way, and that it's just like the design is sound and scalable and not overcomplicated, et cetera, et cetera. I also just want to make sure you're like I also just want to make sure that like any like analytics related stuff like should be happening in the back end because of course we need to be able to like access all data and like filter by timeline and all that stuff. Actually, that's fine. Wait. I got broken code. I can't use my server locally. Hmm. Could you hmm. I don't really like the number of outcomes. There looks like a lot of white space is I don't know. I think I like what you've done generally speaking. I like what the data's I like the data that's being displayed. I like the organization overall, but it just doesn't quite look as clean as I would like it to be. I'm not really sure why. Maybe just try try spicing it up a bit. Uh and then the number of outcomes. Hmm. I'm almost thinking that right now we track outcomes to be basically all outcome. Yeah, outcome key, outcome source. I see. I almost want this to be like outcome value is JSON. Interesting. I can't even remember. Wait, what? Outcome value is JSON? Uh, could you give me examples in our service for when we set the outcome value on the call outcome table? Like what is example JSONs that actually get put in there? I I'm actually surprised it is a JSON. I don't remember making a JSON, but then again, this was like the first data model iteration that we ever did, so it was a long time ago. But I was just about to say, I think that we should like there's call outcomes and I don't know. Right now, we have information provided as an outcome. Here are all the outcomes. Oh, well, this is a terrible example. EMLY.ca. So, okay, information provided, transferred, meeting scheduled, message taken. But I know there's like also spam calls, for example. I'm pretty sure that. What are all the I see. Wait, what? Wait, why? What? Wait, sorry, hold on. You're saying that the outcome key, which is on the table anyways, gets assigned into the outcome value, so like that information is duplicated? I don't remember changing this. Like, I don't. This does not seem like I don't. I feel like I would not have done it this way. No, sorry. Oh, okay. Not duplicated. Outcome value. What? JSON. JSON. Yeah. What? Oh, it's literally a JSON value true. So what? What the hell? Why isn't it just a Boolean? Oh, that's so confusing. Hold on. Why is it a JSON and not a Boolean? Could you help me understand that? That was a terrible design choice. If it's actually okay, whatever. I won't force it. Forward flexibility per outcome key. All right, fair enough. Um. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember having this discussion now. Disposition, voicemail, sentiment score. Okay, that makes sense. Um. Hmm. Okay, so these are the call outcomes. Spam call detected. Call outcome, is that really a call outcome? I guess. Uh, I'm just sort of thinking like I kind of want these ones to be treated differently. Okay, so I'm in a situation where the call outcomes generally I think are fine, but for outbound situations, really the only two outbound the call outcomes that people care about are you know what? No. A lot of white space. Not really sure about them. Okay. I mean, I just don't think it's really worth it to go through and change the way the outcomes are set up just for this. But at the same time, I am tempted to be honest because people don't really give a damn about information provided on an outbound call. Or maybe they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. Hmm. Could you please make sure that it's not double counting outcomes? Because technically we can have more than one outcome per call. Like for example, information provided and call transferred, or information provided and consultation booked. Um, in fact, you know what? For campaigns, just put meetings scheduled or booked meetings or something that's concise because and then just put the number of meeting scheduled outcomes. Oh. Or we could make it like conversion rate. Oh yeah, let's just do it for like this for now. It's fine. Hmm. Could you add total meetings booked and total transfers to the compare automations side by side comparison? And then could you also add total meetings scheduled to the campaigns side by side comparisons or compare automations? Also, if there are no call outcomes, could you just display some sort of blank or like some sort of placeholder instead of just having like a blank box with nothing in it? Yeah, this actually looks decent. It's a little bit crammed now, though. I think the white space was doing good work. Okay, now it actually looks a little bit crammed. So, but I like the fact that there's not enough, like not too much white space here now. But I think there needs to be some sort of visual separator, or maybe I actually don't know. Maybe just some difference in the way that the data is being presented. I'm not quite sure, but basically, as you can see, it just looks a little bit crammed now. Generally speaking, I think it's pretty solid though. See what this looks like. Oh my gosh. Whoa, you can do train your own voice? Uh, okay, up to 10 megabytes. So I'm just gonna get AI to look through my pipeline right now. Could you just go into my either my YouTube videos folder, which has videos where I'm actually just talking pretty much the entire time, or go through my stream videos folder. And what I want you to do is, at the end of the day, I want you to just extract me a audio clip that is me talking pretty much the entire time, or has maximum amount of me talking, that is 9 megabytes, or roughly 9 megabytes, just nothing more than 10, but it should be as much as possible, so anywhere between like 8 to 10 megabytes. And I want you to extract that audio clip and then just put it in some temp folder inside the brain somewhere, and just let me know where you put it. Just to make sure, these additional tabs are also controlled by the feature flags, correct? So like they won't show up if the feature flags are disabled, or if the customer doesn't have access to these features. So do it like the access to the features thing, but then also I want you to just hide it in, if there's no data, just hide the Outbound related tabs. So hide the automation tabs and hide the campaigns tab if there's no data at all. Inbound tab, you can always just display it, but if the other ones, actually no, that's fine. We can just keep it. Yeah, let's try one more variation. Keep going. Not sure if I like this one either. Although I will say it looks a little bit better than what it did. But yeah, just UI redesign another time. Just try it again. In the create campaign, basically the same thing. In the create or edit campaign page, could you please like move the confirm recipient first into like the opening greeting section and just kind of maybe just refine the way the opening greeting section looks in general. It just looks like a bit crammed right now. I think you can just completely UI redesign it. Like we still need the ability to insert variables for sure. I'm now realizing that why isn't highlighting working? Highlighting should, oh, it's because it's callee, not contact. Contact. Yeah, there we go. And we still need to be able to add templates and stuff. But yeah, it just looks a little bit crammed right now. And then also, could you expand the objectives to be a wider, like a longer text box? Could you add a visual flow below the, like on the edit or create campaign page, between the campaign section and the launch section, that basically is just a simple visual flow which describes the flow of the conversation. And really all it is like if they have confirm recipient first, it'll show an example that says like, hey, is this John? And then it'll go towards the opening greeting, and then it'll go to the objectives after that. But if they have confirm recipient first off, then it'll just go straight from opening greeting to objectives. Just sort of like a clean, nice looking visual representation so they can kind of understand how it all comes together. Ooh. Maybe I actually include a visual representation of date and time. Actually, you know what? Let's not even do that. Yeah, no, that's fine. Sorry, here's a screenshot just to show you what it looks like right now. Ooh, this looks a lot better. I like this. This is cool. Yeah, this is super. This looks nice. I love this. Wow, well done. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Okay, what about these? for automations, talk campaigns. It looks like this looks very, very similar, which is good. Yeah, could you apply that same sort of design thinking and overall approach to the automations page as well? Um, However, I will say that the automations page, like what's like the layout, I mean, I do like it, and I do like the fact that you can pause and play directly from this page. Um, Ooh, the three dots. I'm not sure about the three dots though. What do these three dots do? Oh, it just brings you here. Okay, okay. No, 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 not inbound, but for outbound campaigns and outbound automations. Those are the feature flags I was talking about. Plus the subscription gating, because outbound automations and outbound campaigns should only be available for business subscriptions and higher. Okay. I think that what data is most relevant here? Transfers probably. Okay, so automations, campaigns. Campaigns looks a little bit busy, whereas automations looks kind of clean. I don't know, I kind of like it. But instead of doing 7-day metrics, just do all-time metrics for that specific automation. And you might need to make backend changes for that if that's necessary. I'm not entirely sure. Actually, you know what? Maybe we do another round of adjustments because I like this one, but I don't know. It looks a bit like these are super clean. This is just looks a bit busy. One of one contact. Hmm.
I like this one actually a lot, but could you try another UI redesign? But definitely remember what this one looked like because I do definitely like it. And this UI redesign, you can choose if you want to remove any of the data points as well. Like, I definitely think that meetings, pickup, and dial is necessary, but I'm wondering if the one of one contact and 100% is just sort of a necessary fluff, maybe. Um, I don't know. And then also, like, I'm kind of in a weird spot where I like this current design, but then I also look at the way that, for example, the automations cards looks, and the automations cards just kind of look a little bit cleaner. I'm almost thinking like a hybrid between the two somehow, potentially. I'm not really sure. Just try something different. See. We're just kind of experimenting here, so see what comes out at the other side. What? Outbound campaigns and automations should be available only on business and up. Definitely not core and up. Could you verify that on the contact page that we have tabs like campaigns and automations and calls, and then the widgets are all appropriate? Or sorry, not widgets, like the icons are all appropriate. They match the ones that are used on the call history page, and that all like basically just yeah, spawn a bunch of subagents to just validate that everything is correct and linked and displaying accurately end to end. And so, and that, like, for example, campaigns and automations won't even show up if they don't have the features enabled for their subscription, or, if they have the features disabled at the workspace level, for example. Um, and yeah, I guess just validate that everything checks out. Could you quickly check to see when the last call summary is updated? Like, is it updated for outbound calls as well? Hmm. How did this look before? Oh, I see. Completed was in the top left corner. Okay, this actually looks a little bit cleaner. I think I like this more. Okay, this looks pretty good to me. There's this weird line underneath, like a separator line underneath the cards though. Can we remove that? And then, yeah, actually that's about it. I think that looks good. Actually, yeah, yeah, sure, that's fine. For the dialed, why don't you just do like one, like the contacts where you have like 1/100 or something like that? Because, or 1/50 or however many contacts are actually in the campaign. Also, could you slightly reduce the vertical spacing between the word duplicate or like the duplicate button in the bottom right corner and the actual uh, cards themselves? I think this looks good. Yeah, this looks great to me. Cool. Okay, yeah, this looks terrific. Could you apply the same sort of design principle to the automations page as well so that they look like very, very similar? Of course, the automations page data, the data that's already displayed, keep all of the data that's already there, but just like the same sort of design principles that you applied to here, apply it there as well. Wait, so you're saying that there's actually a bug for outbound calls? Is that correct? Because the idea is like the call summary to the most recent call summary and call summary to 2 calls ago is like a sliding window. Yeah, okay. Could you fix that bug then?
Could you also add average talk time as one of the data that points that are displayed on the campaigns page? Make sure that you're not just doing this in a hacky way, and if this involves backend changes, go ahead and do that. Like this should be implemented properly end to end. Also, just look out for duplication and see if there's anything that you can reuse or that you should be reusing for these analytics. Read agents.md before you do that. Yeah, I didn't ask you to give me the issues. I asked you to fix everything and use subagents to verify everything is correct afterwards. Sorry, do the campaigns page thing that I asked for after you finish the automations adjustments, please. Sorry. Or just get a subagent to do it at the same time. Yep. The opening greeting confirm recipient first. Like, could you do have the power to completely redesign that that little toggle if you think that there's like a better way to display it, or do you think that the way it's done right now is fine? I don't know. I'm not convinced. And the reason that we originally had the browse templates to, like kind of left aligned with the opening greeting was because people weren't noticing them as easily. So could you do something to make them stand out more, or put them back to where it was before? Actually, no, no, don't put them back to where they were before. Just do something to make them stand out more, like some sort of pulsing behavior, or just make them bolder or bigger. I'm not sure. And then yeah, for the opening greeting thing, go ahead, just do whatever you think is best. Oh, sorry, it actually can't be longer than 270 seconds either. Okay, your confirm recipient first. It doesn't really explain what it is at all, and it has like the security badge, which is kind of weird. There's no like example anywhere. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It doesn't look very natural. Then the browse templates, you can actually remove the pulsing. I think that your other changes already made it a lot more noticeable. Could you make the opening greeting text box the same size as the objectives text box by raising the size of the objectives text box? What the? Remove any test files that you are coming across when you're doing this because I told you to read agents.md and clearly you're not doing that. Sorry, no. Could you make it like 269, please? Or 268, actually, to be safer.
Hi, you've reached Emily AI. This is Emily. How can I help you today?
Hey, Emily. Just looking to book a meeting.
Of course, I can help with that. Give me just a moment while I check the calendar. Thanks for waiting. I've got a few options. We can do Friday the 15th at 11, 30 inches the morning, Monday the 18th at 2 inches the afternoon, or Tuesday the 19th. Which works best for you?
What? Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened? Sorry, hold on. Hold on. Can you double check that? What happened? Like, can you verify that that's actually correct? Because if so, we definitely want to reapply them. Yeah, I'm wondering what I'm working on in other directories. Hold on. Did you revert anyone else's changes? Because I have other agents actively working in this branch. So we absolutely do not want to revert anything. We should be applying changes as they come in, and if code changes in an unrelated way, we should just adapt with it. This is a bit scary. Okay, now we're fine. Claude has done it a couple times today. It scared the shit out of me. Could you fix whatever is causing my server to fail? Oh, never mind. We're back up. For drafts, could you make it so that the draft ones have like a gray bar at the top? Because I obviously you have like active green and paused yellow. Let's make archived or draft gray. Now I'm realizing though they have inconsistent. Oh, completed is. I see. I see. And then for completed on campaigns, could you just make that one green too, just to stay consistent? So make this change across both automations and campaigns, just to, yeah, archived or pause or archived or sorry, archived or drafts should be like gray, and then pause should be yellow, and then active or completed is green. All right, Mark, I will do that. Holy, oh my. What is this across your street right now?
Yeah, they're getting the big one out.
Whoa, you got front row seats. Wow, it's not even a completed house either. Oh, that's crazy. Wow. That is wild, Mark. Did you feel like were you able to feel the heat? Like that looks pretty intense. Like that, yeah, that's definitely that's an experience. Holy. Luckily, or hopefully no one was inside. Or everybody's like fine. That's yeah, that's wild. Damn. It's so unfortunate. I mean, Rod's comment, oh, it's super windy, okay. Rod's comment about like would not be want that would not be want yeah, would not want to be that building company. Yeah. Like they're probably gonna have to tear the whole thing down and restart, and that definitely does not help their reputation if they're the ones that caused the fire. Anywho. Um and then could you try something out with me where instead of having separate dialed and pickup cards on the campaign cards, we actually have just one card that is like we somehow clearly indicate where it's like we have pickup slash or sorry, we have dialed slash pickup slash planned maybe, or maybe that might be too confusing. Hmm. I don't want these cards. I don't want to be four cards. I would rather it to be four cards on the same line. So let's just try four cards on the same line. See what that looks like. Yeah, they are. Wild Friday is straight up. What else are you gonna do? Oh, that's yeah, that makes sense. That's hilarious. Well, it's not hilarious, but it's, you know, it's something. Hmm. Potentially just make opening greeting, or sorry. Confirm recipient first. Try just putting it into its own section where it has like a title similar to like the name and the opening greeting and the objectives, and it has a little description, and the description is basically what description you have right now. And then it just you have like some sort of toggle there. I don't know. It looks a little bit crammed right now. I just I don't really like it. Or mm, or maybe just remove confirm recipient first as a title and just have it as a description and just have the toggle right there to the description. Um, I don't know, but I don't like the way it currently is. Use your best judgment. Let's try again. Uh-oh, I rambled on into this chat and I didn't end up sending it. Oh, okay, never mind. I did not. Um, okay, could you put the confirm recipient first above the opening greeting title? It's actually hilarious. Also, change the actual quote to say, "Hey, is this," and then contact name. Also, could you create maybe a little bit more white space in between these, or section it off somehow? And then change the opening greeting description to be a little bit more accurate. Actually, in fact, the way that this is written right now, like all like the placeholder, the opening greeting description, the opening greeting, the title itself, it none of it communicates the fact that this is now a prompt, right? So it should be a prompt accordingly. Oh shoot, that's for the wrong chat. Sorry, you can ignore that last message. Oh, wait. I definitely sent it into the wrong chat beforehand, too. Whoops. Okay, this is looks a bit better. I think that the green is a little bit much, though, to be honest. Actually, could you just remove the like top bar where it's a green or yellow or anything like that? Just remove them entirely. No green, no yellow, no gray, nothing. Just remove it from everything. Could you validate that when switching the call history tabs that we have like appropriate caching um, and I guess filtering and like when people like click across the tabs quickly, it appropriately reorganizes itself and there's no like display bugs or loading bugs there? Yeah, this looks more clean. Picked up some data is picked up. Okay, so for the automations cards, could you remove average talk and then add meetings and transfers? Make sure that you're implementing this appropriately end to end. Use subagents to verify and ensure you're abiding by agents.md and existing design principles, etc., etc. Hold on, no. That separator was supposed to be between confirm recipient first and the opening greeting prompt, or like there should have been a little bit more white space. The Oh, I see what you did. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So if we browse these, for example. Could you verify that, hey, this contact name is actually what happens in our nodes? Uh, build token. Could you change this to say and continues appropriately after the response or something like that? Also, my last question was about the hey, comma, is this contact name, question mark. I want you to verify that that's actually what happens in our nodes today. Could you go through all of the voicemail prompts and the opening greeting prompts and objectives prompts and cross-verify them to our actual like node prompting and see where they're injected as either dynamic variables um, or actual just like placeholders where like we're referencing the global prompts, etc. Because like basically like contact notes, when they reference contact notes in any like the opening greeting prompt or any of their prompt templates, then sorry, yeah, the contact notes should be replaced with just like kind of referencing the contact notes section that's already in the global prompt. But then of course, if they reference the dynamic variables, like the first name, that should be actually the first name itself. But even beyond that, I just want to make sure that like everything's logically consistent. So like for example, like if you like think about it like this way, like look at the templates and then take a template and then put it into where that template is actually going to be injected in our prompts and then read that prompt that as a result and make sure that it actually logically flows end to end and that the overall, yeah, it just kind of makes sense logically. What the heck was this thing doing again? So is that violating, is it violating the agents.md document? Is that what you're saying? Could you make it so that these are not totals within the last 7 days, but instead it's totals of all time? Hello? Yeah. Yeah, could I book a consultation? Um, just whatever. Could book me in, please. Any of them, just choose whatever. Sure. Sounds good. All right, bye. what we should be doing is effectively making sure that it expands to a like basically a reference to the what the a reference to basically the title or like the sort of like point in the opening or sorry in the global prompt because the global prompt is always injected in every single turn. So all that we need to do is reference it properly in the global prompt section. Templates pre-baking the agent name and brokerage name. That's exactly perfect. That's the whole point. We don't want to confuse them because at the end of the day, it's not necessary or worth it. We can just bake it in directly. It's not a big deal. I'll just go through one by one. So contact notes, UI tooltip. Okay, fair enough. Fix the tooltip then because it's just like it's meant to be a reference. Opening greeting node has no instruction explaining what contact node means, unlike the voicemail wrapper. Sure, you can do something similar in the opening greeting if you want. It's up to you. Templates pre-bake, that's completely fine. That's the whole point. Objective fields is not run through. Yeah, that's fine because contact name and contact notes are not supported there at all. That's fine. You know, there's no templates necessary there. Yeah, okay. The non-custom voicemail prompt, instead of dumping the entire campaigns, let's just reference the campaign title or like whatever like the objectives that are in the global prompt. Similar for like event driven stuff too as well. Like basically like we should just the objectives and the contact notes for campaigns and for event-driven automations should only be specified once in the global prompt, and then it should just be clearly referenced in every other location without expanding the full dynamic variable or the full text again and again and again. So we just need to make sure that the title of the like that specifies that's those sections in the global prompt can easily be referenced in other locations. That's the whole point. Yeah, okay, that's about it. Just go ahead and fix whatever you think is reasonable to fix. If you look into the local logs as well as the logs that hit beta and understand why the FollowUpBoss booking meeting flow didn't work correctly. Basically, there was some sort of failure for the FollowUpBoss book meeting flow. Just basically validate that all of our code end to end is following the FollowUpBoss API documentation, and yeah, resolve any issues that you might find. Use subagents to speed up your investigation and fixes. Why why does the
call outcomes on the campaign like analytics, like the performance final campaign analytics, why does it's definitely not correct, right? Because I'm seeing a campaign right here in front of me that literally has information provided as one of the call outcomes, and it's not being displayed in the call outcomes here at all. The call outcomes should be things like taking message, transferring. Well, I guess for campaigns, transferring isn't relevant, but whatever. I guess, yeah. Anyways, like booking a meeting, taking information, taking a message. I don't know. Whatever else you think is relevant for campaigns. I never noticed it until now, but this looks really weird to me now that I'm looking at it. Was it always like this? It looks kind of weird that like the enable toggle is like kind of so far to the left. I don't remember it being like that, but whatever. Actually, was it seriously always like that? Is that how it is in production right now? It totally is, hey? EMLY.ca. I like looking at it now, it just looks super weird. But it's always been like that. That's hilarious. Okay. Whatever. Wait, what? I see what they're doing now. Okay, that's cool. How hard would it be to add like when you're selecting contacts in to be in a campaign, for example, how hard would it be to add like a little like
plus button or something like that that allowed you to add the contact notes directly in that page. Wait, what? It doesn't. The contact notes does not exist on the contact model. You're completely wrong. It exists on the contact campaign model, if that's what you're talking about. Uh, okay, just go ahead and just do this right now then. Yeah, wait, wait. Campaign voice agent has Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait, what? Could you explain in just plain English in like a couple sentences what's actually broken and what you're trying to fix here? Because like call outcomes worked like literally a couple commits ago for the campaigns, and now all of a sudden they're not at all. So something is clearly broken, or I don't know what's going on. So what's happening here? If the newer design in the last commit is better, then I do not want you to create some hacky backwards compatible bullshit. I just want you to explain everything clearly to me. What happened, why it doesn't work right now, and what needs to happen going forward. Oh yeah, could you do that for all flows? The notes is definitely optional. It should never be required. like for all book meeting flows. And then also for the you should make sure that the retell tools are also like consistent with what our API spec is. Shit. Okay, sounds good. You go forward with go forward with all three for beta, I guess. How risky is number two? Like, how confident are you that you're not going to break anything with the number two? Like, should we just do it for production right now as well? Like, could we do that prior to the rollout? Is what I'm asking. Okay, could you spawn um, another set of subagents to just validate our prompts and to ensure that everything just is consistent and makes sense and there's no like logical concerns or like duplication or things that are confusing for the AI agents. Make sure, yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, yeah, you can and go ahead and fix the code, run the backfill script for prod and beta. I've started port forwarding. Just go ahead and just like finish everything end to end, but then also have subagents validate your changes to make sure that everything you just did was correct and the way that you're approaching this is correct.
Hello?
Hey, is this Bing?
Wait, is there any issues like for anything else, like outbound, I don't know, automations, for example? Like, does this issue show up in other locations? Spawn subagents to validate. Redesigns that fight the global rules. Uh-oh. Okay, about H1, I mean, 9+ qualifying questions isn't really a big problem, right? Because at the end of the day, it like that's fine as long as like our prompts already say, it's fine if the main objectives specify more and they should be treated as gospel. Uh, okay, double colon, definitely fix that for sure. The related knowledge based contents, definitely wrap it in quotation marks for sure, or something like that. I'd consider actually just wrapping the whole, like making the consonant itself wrap it in quotation marks. The whole point is like to reference that. If you look into the retail documentation, you'll see why we use that. Greeting templates instruct the LLM to use detail from the contact notes. Like, yeah, obviously, like that's the whole fucking point of contact notes. The whole point is to like leverage them appropriately and contextually. Like like it doesn't like yeah that. So it's weird. Like, why would you say not to read them out loud? Like that doesn't make any sense. It's completely fine to read them out loud. It's just like it should never say like oh, looking at my notes here, I can see this, but just like no, like you just naturally integrate them into the conversation. Generally speaking. Persona drift. Go ahead and fix that if you want. For hub extract caller name, you should look into the retail documentation before you actually, you know what? Before I even read any of the remaining action items that you say, I want you to fully understand the retail documentation before telling me action items because some of them are very specific choices that we made accordingly. But yeah, generally speaking, I just maybe give me a new set of final things that you think you should actually fix no matter what. Wait. Why are we exposing the event tag at all in the prompts? Other than that, yeah, go ahead and fix everything you said.
if you look at some of the call data in the call graph improvements folder, like some of the most recent data, let's say within the last 48 hours, you'll see scenarios where like the AI agent still rambles on about like and lists a bunch of things and clear and like the instructions in our agents are clearly not like forceful enough. So what I want you to do is across all of our prompting, like maybe like in the global prompt specifically, maybe you'll like have like if it's not already the case, which I think it might be, have like its own section for like making it abundantly clear that never ever ever we should be rambling on a bunch of details or like more than one fact at a time. We should always say small like small little tidbits of facts and then ask follow-up questions. If they're already asking us questions, you know, small like reveal small little things, or we should like qualify their questions further before revealing information anyways in scenarios where, you know, a more like tailored response would be beneficial. The instructions that you make should be generic enough to fit like many different scenarios, so it's not really just relevant to like one specific scenario where she rambled on. It should be generic, and then you should also spawn some subagents to see if there's any like contradicting statements or statements that sort of leave this rule ambiguous. For example, like the knowledge base usage section, I feel like it could be slightly refined, maybe. I'm not sure, but just yeah, make it like this should be its own rule section, and it should be just abundantly clear to never ever do this. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna play a quick chess game. Although, hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna play a chess game here. Quick chess break. Oh wait, no. Shit.
All right, Caro-Kann, let's go. Today we have the advanced variation. Advanced variation, depending with the pawn. I'm pretty sure, I mean, according to my 800 knowledge, it is kind of a weak pawn structure in general. Take with the pawn. It's not rocket science. It's fine. You can take with the pawn. I'm not trying to trick you. What I am trying to do, however, is get my knight here, and then here, and then here. And then take, if he's careless about it. Whoa, I almost pre-moved that. Now, however, this pawn is hanging. What would be great would be like a move like this, because then it actually is a fork. And he has to come. Oh, he defends the pawn. What do you know? Okay. What to do? I will go here. Could you look into the code? Because something is causing our page to refresh, like hard refresh, like every, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. I can't quite recall exactly the amount of time, but it's even in production, in beta, it doesn't matter, like locally. It just sort of hard refreshes. And it seems like it's like a white, I think it refreshes all of the data. It's like, and like, for example, if they have forms filled out or anything like that, those will all be reset. Everything just gets reset, and they really have no choice. It has to be something in the code. It is not something locally. It happens for everyone. So it's either in the code or the infrastructure or something, but you need to figure it out. Use subagents to investigate different potential areas. But if whatever, it doesn't matter what you do, just figure it out. And I'm gonna also say, do not ask me any follow-up questions. It's a refresh where the whole page goes, I think, white for a very small period of time, and then everything gets refreshed, and they're on the same page still. They don't get redirected or anything like that. But yeah, all the forms get cleared. All the data is clearly refreshed. Everything kind of just gets refreshed from scratch. That was like a big minute waste of time when it was just really as simple as this move. But whatever. I'm actually a little bit. It's a little bit of a curious pawn push because now he's. What is he gonna do? Castle long and put his king there for mine. Okay, yeah, I guess so. Uh, okay, yeah, he did. Wow, he did actually do that. That's kind of interesting. I think I'm kind of want to go. Let's do this and then this. An interesting pin. Can't take advantage of it now, but what if I just ignore that? What I'm considering here is I might, like, once I line up my rooks here, I might sack the bishop with takes. Oh, okay. Then I'll go here. This is pinned. This can defend by doing this. Oh, that's an interesting move. Can't I just do this though? You can push the pawn maybe? No, not really. I actually don't know how you can defend against this. Maybe you can go... I actually don't know if he can. If he pushes the pawn, I'm going to take the pawn. And it's a free pawn. It's better than a free knight. Because he can't take back. Because... Okay. Oh yeah, that's an obvious... Obvious, What if I went here? What if I took... And then... What if I took this and then took this? Nothing stopping me from doing that. So that's what I'll do. Oh, yeah, oh, never mind. Hangs the pawn. Oh, no, it doesn't hang the pawn because that's check. So actually, I am good to go. This can he attack me at all in response? No, he can't, right? So I just need to come back and protect the pawn. Or I could consider just ignoring it entirely, but no, it's fine. He just hung. He just hung. Oh no, he did not hang a rook. I thought he did. That would have been pretty crazy. Should I take this, ignore this? Probably, right? Because he has to take back. Otherwise, I'm gonna go here. Or there. And then there. I actually don't know, but I think he has to take this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. And so now I'm up 2 pawns. I can just kind of push this pawn all the way home. Okay. That's here, here. No, sorry. Here, here. If I go here, either. Oh, wait, no, I kind of have to go here because then forces him here. In which case, here. Then he goes there or there. But if I go here, he's inevitably going to go there, most likely. And then I can't really follow up that at all. Well, I guess I could go here. Okay, I'll chase him around, get some time. Um, yeah, okay, so this was known, and I was gonna do this or this, depending on what he responds with. Actually, what is he gonna respond with? Probably that. Whoa, I did not expect that. Oh, I should have. I had it. Oh, I didn't have it actually. Never mind. Um, I think I'm just gonna casually. I don't have. He doesn't have any threats, and he has a long way to go to fight over the king side here. Oh, I did not consider that move. Okay, that's a little bit more annoying. It's now takes, takes, takes. It's actually okay. That's actually a little bit of a concern. I think I have to go back for that. Okay, but now you really can't do anything. I'm just gonna kind of push this. Actually, hold on. Should I go here? Basically, if he pushes, whoa, I got 20 seconds. I don't have time to think. So I will push the pawn and ignore it. Whether that's the right move, not sure. Actually, I'm almost certain it's not the right move now that I'm thinking about this. Yeah, it's definitely the wrong move. Because now he has this. And yeah, I think this was wrong. Because basically now this, and then I don't have any way to protect against mate right now, I don't think. Because basically, oh no, I do. I don't have mate necessarily, but it's I have to come back here with the queen. There's no doubt about that. I don't even know if I have time though. He might have this. I can't uh oh, that's check. But that's actually good for me because I can go here. And then this actually pins the queen to the king. This is that was a good move. Oh wait, it's his move now. Okay, this is good. I'm free. I'm free. I have no issues now. Whew. Oh, that's crazy. I can still take this pawn, so that's what I'll do. And I'm pretty sure I have a winning endgame now. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I do. Shit. Oh no, I don't. Damn, well done. Well done. Damn. I lost in the end game. Oh, look at that. Damn. That was a mistake. Oh, that was the mistake? What? Oh my gosh. Of course that was a mistake. I could have just let him... Wait, no. No, not of course. Actually, yeah, of course that's a mistake. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. No, if he takes, I go here. Yeah, so let's retry that. Let's go... Wait, there's no retry button? The heck? Okay, well, I'm gonna click the best button, and I'm gonna say the best move is pushing the pawn. Boom. Best move is pushing the pawn. Okay, well, that's definitely tragic, but it is what it is. Okay, let's check out this new strict rule that was added about Wait, I'm confused though. Like now, like did you even I asked you to like, deeply validate with subagents like every single prompt to make sure that you're not repeating yourself more than necessary and like it's still concise and it's not like or overly verbose. You're not just because like what you just did is you added a section which is very, very, very long. It has a lot of context in it. And now our context window is going to be so much worse. And there's already a pacing and brevity section. And so you quite literally duplicated a lot of the information that was already in that section. So yeah, could you just audit yourself, please? You should probably also consider doing research on GPT 5.1 prompting best practices because the model is 5.1, and just do research on like retail and voice agent best practices overall and prompting best practices because we want to make sure this is like dialed in and perfect. Oh. All right. I'm gonna quickly go on BRB mode here just while I eat some grub. I don't know, let's say 20 minutes. Lunch. All right, we're back. Let's get back into it. So what are we at here? All right. So P0, P0, yeah, okay, fair enough for the first one. Second one, definitely fix that if it's actually a bug, but I want you to verify that's actually the case before you fix it, because I'm feeling like you might have an incorrect understanding there. So yeah, just triple verify that's actually correct, because obviously, yeah, if there's an edge towards that node that says don't use the node for take messaging, like that's obviously incorrect, but I'm reluctant to believe that's actually true. Yeah, okay. For the P0 number 3, yeah, go ahead and fix whatever you think is relevant there. For P1, sure, you can drop the per bullet. Um, for your shared helper, build hub node. Uh, you know what? No, I don't want a hub node shared helper, I don't think. And then the other one, build opening greeting prompt. The like the greeting templates, they're not supposed to substitute it. That's a user that's um a user configured greeting template for inbound, right? So actually no, you know what? Go ahead. You can for number 6, P1 number 6. You can go ahead and make that change. I'm just I think a little bit confused about what you're trying to say there, but I trust your judgment, and if you end up making a change, then that's fine. I will just validate it after. um, natural transition questions absolutely should not be moved out of every node. That like the look at how the natural transition questions are constructed. Like I'm fine with you just like refine them a little bit, but removing them is not an option. Like you're not understanding the intent of those clearly if you're suggesting for them to be removed, which makes me concerned about your other recommendations, because that one specifically is just completely unacceptable. The whole point is to try and get the AI to naturally transition when appropriate. that duplication is completely fine. So the only duplication that really matters is duplication like in one prompt that is also in the global node. But duplication across nodes is not really a problem because each node acts as a complete silo. Yeah, okay. Email handling and shared constants, sure. As yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Um, the filter, the auto-injected hub edge hook, I'm a little bit confused. Like again, keep in mind like the edges are like they're outwards edges, right? They're not incoming edges. So just make sure that your understanding is correct there. I'm a little bit worried about your understanding, to be honest. Acknowledgement node rules, sure, go ahead. Do not delete. Okay, just the P3s or P2s, sorry. Absolutely not. Overall, I think that your recommendations kind of scare me because like they don't really seem like they actually have um full understanding of my prompt system and like what the like what you were actually just looking at and like how those prompt node prompts are generated. Like those markdown files are just for like human readability and just to see what's happening, right? Like that's not actually the exact like thing that's sent like as a full prompt. Like the edges are edges and then the prompts are prompts and the edges are outward edges. And then also it looks like you were trying to focus on duplication across prompts, which like I never asked you to do that, or maybe I did, but I definitely did not mean that. I think you interpreted me incorrectly. I wanted you to find duplication across the global and each individual prompt and reduce that duplication if necessary. Um, yeah, like I didn't care about like a bunch of refactors and like shared helpers and all that shit. Like that's not what I was after. Um, yeah, I was purely just talking about like being more concise and I guess proper formatting across like according to best practices in each individual node and then also at the hub node level. So what I want you to do is I want you to fix all of the issues that I said for you to fix in like my last ramble there. And then after you're done, propose a new set of changes with a deeper understanding of what actually is there and what we should actually change. Um, instead of actually for the never like the never bolds, just rename the function to just like the word never. It should just be like yeah, never and always, and just don't bold it, but still have like it should still be there as like the first word for the sentence because I want to reiterate the fact that like it's never ever ever. I know that you said it's restating on every bullet, but it's not. It's actually something purposeful because without that classification, they might miss it. Anyways, spawn subagents to make your investigation more in depth. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's already 4:50 p.m. Jeez Louise. Please just make it like instead of event-driven outbound automations, just say outbound automations and that's it. You don't need the event-driven in the beginning. This is for the feature toggle page. Oh, capabilities can't change the in every single location where we're talking about an outbound automation. Um, okay, so anyways, right now capabilities uses like a lightning bolt and automations using a lightning bolt, which absolutely cannot be the case. So look at all of the possible icon options that you could use for capabilities, as well as the ones that you might think of using for automations, and choose a different one for either one of those. If you choose it for automations, though, make sure that you're updating it in every single location in which it's relevant. Wait for the never. Um, if it's a header or some sort of title, then yeah, we obviously should keep it either bold or H2 or whatever. Um, it's pretty confusing now. Like I think the bold in all the locations that you removed bold, it seems like it was fine to be bold. Same goes for always. Other than that, though, please continue with your extensive validation of all of the prompts and use subagents very, very extensively to validate everything and do research on prompting best practices for GPT 5.1 and validate all of the node documents and correct any issues you come across and just complete what we've already talked about and all that stuff. No, 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 no. The always string and never string, that should just be non-bolded. But the always bold and never bold should stay always bold and never bold. That's what I was talking about. Okay, perfect. You add it in the call history, the contact page. Like, could you just do a ripple check to double check that you got every single thing? Every single reference to automations should always be that new icon that you just chose. Please make sure that you're still finishing all of the previous things we talked about, though. And please use subagents. I still don't see any subagents being used, and I'm a little bit concerned. Like, we've already talked about using subagents to robustly validate and deep dive into specific small scopes, as well as other subagents to do research. And I don't see any subagents working right now. Like, you don't have an agent team at all. Like, you're not using the spawn agent team tool or the create team tool or anything like that, or just regular subagents. Like, it's yeah, you're not doing anything I'm asking. I'm on a campaign page and it says no outcomes captured yet, but there's a call that quite literally has information provided captured. So please debug this and figure out what the heck's going on here. This is in beta, the database. It's running locally though, but still, this is it's definitely some code bug. Did you update the icons here to match the relevant features? So like a clock, the workflow thing, and the campaign like kind of speakerphone thing? Did you go through and hide
automations and hide the automations tab, and then anything relating to automations everywhere, as well as like the ability to enable and disable it if they don't have FollowUpBoss connected, like if it's not like one of their integrations. And in addition to that, could you add a warning when you disconnect from FollowUpBoss, basically just warning them that it will disable and archive any automations and they won't be able to like use them again if they have any automations that are like enabled or like active. Wait, why are you making changes that directly contradict the retail documentation? I just want to make sure that the retail documentation for uh like when we reference like variable names is being abided by. Um yeah, and I also, yeah, I guess just like if you already are, then we're all good, but I'm seeing some changes that I'm not entirely sure of, so I just want to double check.
I just mean like, wait, what? You're saying that you remove like you need to reference the exact tool name, like extract caller name, that needs to be exactly referenced in the prompt. You should not be making any changes at all. Before you make any change, you have to think deeply and do research on documentation and like verify that the change you're making is actually correct. Because if you break anything, I'm just gonna unsubscribe completely, and I'm not gonna use you anymore, like at all. So, please, 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 do your research. Every single change should be backed by a full understanding of the retail documentation, a full understanding of all of our prompts and how the nodes interact with each other, and a full understanding of the 5.1 prompting recommendations. Like, I don't care if it requires more tokens or whatever. I want you to do things correctly the first time and not break things that I didn't ask you to fix in the first place. So please spawn subagents to help you investigate every single change before you make it, because that you literally just broke things and I didn't even ask you to. There we go. Wait. If they included unsupported metrics, what were the unsupported metrics? We want to support everything that they were intending to. What's going on here? For pacing and brevity, make sure that's marked as important or like called out somehow, and then it should be one fact or question at a time. Otherwise, please proceed forward with the investigation that I requested earlier with a bunch of sub-agents and continue making recommendations. But do not make fixes unless you present the recommendations to me beforehand. What are they doing on the right here? Oh, I see. Wait, does our backend support those? That's all I'm asking. What? Okay, so did you when you fixed whatever you fixed, did you break anything else in doing so? Did you do another round of pressure testing with subagents? Do not do the investigation yourself. Just pressure test with subagents and make sure that you didn't break anything. You go through and make the little like right arrow that appears on When I switch back and forth tabs on the call history page, sometimes this happens where it just like completely bugs out and I don't even know what's going on here. Can you look into the code and see if there's an obvious bug? Okay, overall, I like the metrics displayed. Like, I like the calls made, pickup rate, voicemail reached, completion rate, average duration. I definitely like the call outcomes. Just make sure that the call outcomes, um, they should be driven, like the percentages should be driven by the total number of calls. Um, I guess yeah, because like basically it should be like the percentage of calls that have those outcomes. But some other things that could be worth thinking about is like percentage of percentage voice. No, I guess percentage voicemail reached isn't probably that useful. Maybe calls remaining, or I guess campaign progress already covers that. Okay, you know what? Actually, I think overall I like the metrics that are displayed here, but I'm just not sure if I like the way that it is displayed. It seems just a little bit awkward where like we sort of have this like weird, you know, donut chart in the middle, where it just I don't know. I feel like there could be a better way to display this information on the campaign page. Can you just like completely UI redesign like how all this information is displayed and see if you can come up with something better? You have full flexibility on what's displayed, where it's displayed, the titles, descriptions of all of them. You can look it around at maybe the analytics page, like to like the not the campaign page, but like the analytics page to see if you can get some ideas from there. I don't know. It's completely up to you. I feel like it's not that ideal right now. Oh, okay. I'm gonna play another chess game while I'm waiting for these. Oh, I'm back down to 700s. That's tragic. I mean, that last game though, it was totally what? Why would you do that? There's no way that was the right move. Oh, he's doing some trick shit. Actually, even with tricks, like what tricks do you have? I guess check, then I have to go back here. Was that worth a piece though? Oh, no, you can't even check me there. He has to come back here. So check. Then I guess I just got to decide where I go back to. Or if I just go. What the? Okay, gonna pin that. Nice. That's what he was looking for. He was praying for me to do this. Good, good. Nice, well done. So he ends up with what? A pawn? Um, damn. Yeah, good job. If okay, the fact that he's not just immediately taking this right now makes me think that it wasn't a trick and he doesn't know what he's doing and he's just kind of flopping around the board. Unless he's trying to think of something. Like going here, for example. Oh, funny. Um, I want to go here so badly, but I cannot. I could go there and just forfeit my bishop entirely because it's already kind of dead. I should probably do this though. This takes, takes, check. Uh, uh, yeah, I think this is probably gonna be the wrong move, but oh my god. He is friggin' dedicated at this person. I'll go here. Damn. Alright, well, I guess I'll review that. That was just like a tragic, like, yeah, I mean, I know chess is chess. I get it, and I'm not saying that like it's on me to know this sort of stuff and not fall into these traps, but at the same time, I don't like trappy, like opening trap play. Like it's just I don't know. It just seems kind of you know what? I guess no. Like it's on me. It's on me. I know it's on me. Yeah, it's that damn mistake. Okay. Well, I guess let's play another. Just do whatever you think is actually most useful for the end user to be able to view their metrics and understand the campaign's results and stuff like that. Um, while still visually appealing. That last game. Okay, well, I went all the way from I think I was at a top of like 860 or 870 and now I'm down to 780. Ooh. Oh no, I'm good. What the? Okay. That was unexpected. Oh my gosh, are you gonna castle long? Is that the whole point here? Is that what you're doing? Wow. Fair enough, but like, wow. Can you write those to a file in the temp folder? Wow. Castling long, eh? Hmm. To be clear, the temp folder in the EMLY directory. Okay, nice. It actually got it. An interesting choice. Because now, where are you going to go? All the way back? Yeah, guess so. Um, hmm. Whoa, this looks so much better. Look at that. Wow. Nice. I'm really happy with that. Okay, this doesn't actually attack anything. Oh, it attacks this. Pardon. I guess I go here? It's really my only move to protect the pawn. I mean, I guess I could go here. Actually, going here attacks the queen. Oh, whoa, 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 but it drops this pawn. Yeah, I guess this is what I'll do. So anyway, I can like... Oh, this also attacks the queen. Who am I kidding? It's 2-in-1. 2-in-1. Wow, this looks fantastic. Thank you so much for this. Like, wow, I am so impressed. Uh, yeah, this looks so good. Could you apply that same sort of design thinking to the automations page? Except for obviously it's a little bit different because automations are ongoing and they have like a time filter. But you have full control over the automations page. If you think that there are new metrics that should be added that aren't there, or metrics that should be removed or reorganized or whatever, you have full control. Basically, what I want you to do is I want you to kind of design the page in a similar way to the way that this campaigns page is designed because I like the way that this looks. This looks great. Yeah, wow, I'm like super stoked on that. That was honestly like the biggest winner today. Okay, so where are you trying to go now? You're trying to take this, and I cannot have that. I can go here maybe. I guess I castle long at this point. I can actually take that. Oh no, I cannot. Go here. Actually, this is an interesting move because if I take this and he takes with the rook, I actually can take this pawn. That'd be cool. I'd like that. Oh, but instead, he actually ignores it. Ooh, because he wants to push this? Actually, that would be a decent move right now. It's an in-between move, and it totally works. Cramps my position, makes it challenging for me to move around. I mean, especially with the fact that I have light square bishop. Like, this is a great move. Or at least I think it is. I don't know for sure. But yeah, what am I supposed to do after that? I mean, go here, I guess, but I'm not thrilled about that, obviously. Wow. What do you do? He wants to take this or go here with check. Actually, no, that doesn't. Neither of those work. So, well, what if? Okay, I either take with this. No, shouldn't really do that. I can't take here. I could push here. It's actually not a bad idea pushing here. Although this attacks, so never mind. I think I lose pieces here. Yep, I think I do. Do I go here, trade, come back? No. I don't know. He'll probably do this. I mean, that totally makes sense in my head. Like, I just have a objectively losing position here. So is there any way I can, like, fight against this? What if I... Oh, this is an interesting move. Takes. No, that doesn't really work. What if I ignore it and go here? This works. This works, actually. It's a really surprising move, but it works. Because this thing can't move. This thing cannot move. What if I castle right now? This is under attack. So I'm not... Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, I'm fine. Yeah, what if I castle? Is that like a crazy idea? Actually, I think it is a crazy idea. I think I should probably go here. Or just leave it. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Leave it. And then, plot twist, what if I just stack the bishop in this position? Take. Okay, yeah. Anyways, takes, check. King has to go there. Check. King has to go back even further. Check. I mean, I get all three pawns. So maybe it's not even that bad of a sacrifice. I'm gonna try it. Actually, if he doesn't take right now, he doesn't take back. I can take with. So he does, and then oh, he could do this. Oh, but then check. Oh, I did not consider that. Damn. Oh, I can't go there either. Oh, this knight is very well placed. Very, very well placed. He can take the rook. Oh, he misses it. Um. Uh. Um. If I go here. Plot twist. Oh, then he can take this maybe. Go here. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what he can do. This is actually not under threat because I have a queen. Oh my gosh, this knight is so frigging annoying. Oh my gosh, this looks so much better. What did he just do? Um. Uh. Oh shit. Whoops. Okay, anyways. Whoopsie. Okay, this is all looking super good. I don't know what it is with this Claude instance right now, but why do you have sentiment as a separate section? And why is sentiment like sentiment shouldn't that be in performance? Like just similar to like the outcomes? And then why don't we add sentiment to the campaigns as well? Also, why not have an all-time filter? Could you please add that also? This might involve like an end-to-end implementation, and if so, that's completely fine. Actually, in addition to that, the scheduled active history. Just make sure that it's like presenting all the information that's possible and like, things that are history. If it's a call, it should open up like the call slide out window, similar to like, the campaigns do. I really like the campaigns, the way that they have that like that bottom section formatted. And so like anything that we can do to get it as close to that as possible, that would be great, just so that we can have like parity and make sure that things are non-confusing. Also, I want to remove failure rate and replace it with like something else. Uh, and why do you have voicemail rate? What the hell? Oh, I see. They switched it to that as well. I feel like completion rate is not a very good. Whatever. Actually, we can keep failed rate, but I'd prefer for it to just be like canceled rate or like something like that. And it groups in failed and canceled maybe potentially. I'm not entirely sure. Um,
like the API obviously should separate them. If they're separate, they're separate. They should not group them together. But I'm just talking about like the UI. We can just group together like canceled and failed and just have it as canceled, cancellation rate, or just number of cancellations or something like that. Like I don't know, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like it just failures. We shouldn't be advertising a failure rate. That should be 0% all the time. That's irrelevant to them. I mean, it should never fail. Like our systems are reliable, right? Like failure rate, like advertising failure rate makes no sense at all. Just have a simple cancellation rate because there are reasonable situations in which we do cancel. For example, if they remove the tag or whatever, right? So and then could you also have like for the edit page and then create automation page? You borrow inspiration or maybe like I don't know, a bit of thoughts just from like the way that the campaigns pages are. And then could you remove description from editing as well? Like just remove description entirely. Or no, never mind. You can have description. It's just like if you're gonna put description, it should be on the create page and the edit page. Right now, it's for some reason oddly on the edit page, but not the create page. Um, yeah, that's a little bit confusing. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I generally like what's here. It just I think that there should be some continuity between the two pages, like the campaign create and the campaign edit, and the new automation create and the new automation edit. Or sorry, you know what I'm trying to say. So anyways, obviously I just rambled on about quite a lot of features and adjustments. So definitely plan this out. Use subagents extensively to help you out in terms of like because I don't want you to try and take on everything. I want an agent team, like you can use the agent team tool or just subagents because they can have fresh context windows and kind of complete things more reliably than you can. So after you plan or after you get some subagents to help you plan, I definitely want to make sure that you're using subagents extensively throughout the planning and throughout the execution or sorry the actual code updates. Okay, let's take a look at the temp file that they created that doesn't exist? Question mark. What the hell? Sorry, where is it? I asked you to write it into the temp file in the EMLY folder. The temp folder, sorry. What? Am I crazy? Oh, I am crazy. Whoops. So for A2, yeah, I agree with adding something like that again. But then when it comes to like partial information, could you just still make I know it's slightly duplicative of the pacing and brevity, but I actually do want to make sure that you're mentioning the pacing and brevity section in here. Even if you're not duplicating it, you know how like some sections across the code base or sorry, across the prompts, I sort of like reference like sections like other sections in the global prompt. Could you do something similar in this scenario where it's like sort of referencing the global prompt header section for like the pacing and brevity, just to make sure that that's like always being respected? Because it's especially important when talking about the related knowledge base contexts. If I'm wrong here, or if you think like if you do your research and that's not like if you like, I do not want you to blindly trust me. I want you to look into the documentation and make sure that it's like that we're doing things correctly. And if it's already correct, then we're fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so for B1, 2 or 3 to 2, uh, sure. Sure, you can just make it 2. That's fine. Um, you can ignore B2. Oh, sorry, I was talking about B1 in that last bit. So B1 regarding like the slot 1 or 2, or sorry, 2 or 3. For B1, yeah, you can just make it 2. For B2 though, completely ignore B2. Don't even worry about it. Listings conversations, like the listings stuff, we're actually like about to deprecate, so you can sort of ignore that. Um, so for B3, if you want to remove those bullets, then again, similar to what I was saying about A2, I want you to add a reference to that global like rule that we have about brevity, just like a reference to the header, just so that it's kind of mentioned again, because we just want to continuously mention that time and time again, just so that those rules are very, very strictly adhered to. For the optional, I would prefer to like to keep those stuff for the B3.
For B4, again, the reason that we're repeating rules, I just want to like justify to you the reason that we repeat rules is because sometimes they're not followed, even though they're in the global like the global node, right? So if you're going to remove duplicates, just make sure that you're referencing the sections appropriately, like the section headers that contain those rules. Um, Same thing for opening greeting. Oh, you can actually just drop those. For B5, I agree. Just go ahead and drop it. It's fine. Um, sure, B6, go ahead. That's fine. For B7, yeah, that's preserving cohesion is fine in that case. For B8, yeah, sure, you can drop those. For B9, sure, I'll let you use your best judgment on that. Okay, cool. Okay, so it still happens, which is weird. But it says like basically I can click on the screen. Like it's although it's white space, I can click on it and I can still expand the call like slide out window, which is weird. And it also looks like it's like when I click on other tabs and then I go back to another tab, it like looks like kind of things disappear the more that I switch tabs. It's like things are getting like pushed below or something. I don't really know what's going on, but you're gonna need to spawn some subagents to swarm the issue from different angles and really think about it in like unexpected ways. Because clearly it's not like a easy bug to understand. Like it's not very predictable and it's really weird. But I do not want you to force fix something that isn't actually a bug. So don't make any changes. Just investigate from a bunch of different angles to understand what's going on and then report back. Obviously we're leaving campaigns alone. The fact, why would you even add 7-day, 30-day, and all time to campaigns? That makes no sense at all. Campaigns are gonna run for like a maximum of 1 day. For error details or like any details, I don't think inline is appropriate, um, because things could get a little bit long. But we definitely want to include the information somewhere, so you can put it wherever you think is best. Okay, could you look at the most recent calls in the last like 72 hours in the call analysis page? Like you can look through the call logs, spawn some sub agents. It's a lot of data, so I don't expect you to look through it all, but
look through the calls for the last 72 hours and see if you identify any missing edges or edges that can be refined to capture more scenarios. Because I know for a fact that there's at least one edge or prompt adjustment that I think that we should make, because we basically want to create a conversational agent that can flow throughout the nodes freely and correctly in literally all scenarios. We never want to be stuck ever. And I know for a fact that we've gotten stuck inappropriately before. And so accordingly, think about what we can do to fix those stuck issues. Okay, if you have like very, very high confidence, then go ahead and implement a fix. When you're done, by the way, could you please create a document similar to the one that you did before, the temp document? Okay, now it's even worse than it was before. Could you manually revert all of your changes that you made? Yeah, this just isn't working. And then could you just, after you've done that, could you just go and just simply like check the last few commits? Because this did not happen like 2 commits ago, and now it's all of a sudden started to happen. So there has to be some fundamental change in the way that we're interacting with the call history data to create this bug, because you just made it worse. It looks a lot worse now. And yeah, we definitely do not want to keep your changes. So please revert your changes manually. Do not use git. I have a lot of other changes that are clumped together in this commit. So do not use git. Manually revert your changes and then look into the last few commits to see what has significantly changed. Use subagents to help you out. Can you summarize all of what I've said so far about the bug itself and then just put it into like a summary of like just what I've said? Do not conflate it with everything you've investigated. Just tell me what I've reported to you in plain English with descriptions of the screenshots and so on and so forth. You need to like I don't know how else to tell you. I've already told you this before.
everything you're saying should be only said after fully understanding the retail documentation. Please. It's really frustrating because I've told you this 3 times in this conversation. Wait, also, why are you making recommendations in here that have nothing to do with the like these recommendations? I told you very explicitly the recommendations should be grounded in what you're actually seeing in the call data itself. None of these recommendations should be made unless the call data supports it. You're not supposed to just come up with things just because you think it might be a good idea. And yeah. And I'm also not really convinced that you actually pulled all of the call data because there's one for sure that I'm like thinking of where the caller kept on asking like what is my name? What is my name? Do you know my name? And she kept on providing new times. And then there's another one where they asked to repeat the times and I don't know if she responded properly at that point either. Do you know exactly what changes you've made so far? Could you safely revert them? Like not using Git to be clear. I mean like manually finding the changes that you made and like basically just reverting them so that they don't exist anymore. I explicitly told you to look into the past 72 hours of call data, and that's it. And to use subagents to read every single script for the call data in the last 72 hours. So, no, it's not acceptable to curate an index or to sample. What I want from you is a recommendations that are grounded in the call from the last 72 hours as well as the retail documentation. That's it. So I'm at 40% Claude usage in 24 hours. How does anyone use Claude? Like, seriously. Like, I guess I've been doing some pretty heavy development today, and like some of it involves sub agents. Like, I get it. Like, it's a big code base, but like, wow. 40% in less than 24 hours. Actually, it's less than 24 hours. It reset last night at 9 p.m. and now it's 6 p.m. the next day. Like, how am I supposed to use that? Like, wow. My weekly on Codex is 49. That one at least resets. The Codex limits are so much better. Like, noticeably much, much, much better. Okay, sure. Just what I want. I don't want you to get creative here. I just want you to fix the issue that was caused in the last few commits or whatever. Uh, Small surgical edits if possible. I'm curious, what is the top bar at the top at like the top of the color sentiment? Is that like going to show the distribution across all of them? And if so, could we add that same thing to the call outcomes? Didn't I explicitly tell you that the cancellation rate in the front end should combine both the failures and cancellations? Like obviously the flow from the back end to the front end should just be proper, but I'm just talking about like yeah, like the cancellation rate I did mention I thought that it should include failures as a part of the rate that's computed in the front end. Or is that not possible? Actually, no, I did explicitly say that for sure. Also, why is the voicemail not clear that this is a prompt, not just a message? Or am I mistaken? Like look into the call graph and look into the way that the campaigns phrases it and make sure that it's all consistent where it's literally a voicemail prompt, not just a voicemail message. I pasted my original prompt above because it looks like a lot of things were missing. like just to be clear, I'm pretty sure in the prompt above I explicitly said that the description should either be on both the edit page and the new automation page, and that still wasn't fixed. Um, yeah, and like the opening greeting prompt, like text section is different. It's different size than the objectives prompt, like text section. Um, and like, why do you not have templates on the objectives? There is templates supposed to be for the objectives too, right? What the hell? Also, I like the call outcomes and call sentiment, like generally speaking, and I like this distribution bar as well. But the thing is it looks really cluttered and messy with the way it is right now. I almost think that the thickness of the distribution bar should maybe be like super thin, and then the other ones should be wide. Or maybe the distribution bar should be at the bottom and it's like super thin, or maybe it should be like small and just like next to the call outcomes and caller sentiment like title. I actually don't know really, or maybe it should be like the like part of like the top border of the section. I honestly don't know. I don't know what it should be, but I know for a fact that right now it does not look good. So I want you to just completely redesign and rethink the way that these like I guess these this information is being presented and come up with something new. Again, I really do like I like the information that is presented and I like the way it is presented. It just doesn't look good. It's so close though. I feel like you should be able to rethink something and I bet you like I trust in your judgment and just come up with something completely new. I'm just sending this message to make sure that all of the changes and everything that I've mentioned in the last like five like prompts or messages that I've sent to you has been fully resolved and fixed. Fucking hell. Oh my god, it still happens. Are you kidding me? When I switch back to a tab after it's already loaded, the tab is now still completely blank. Shows no calls. I can't see a single call. I can click on them, but I can't see them. Same bug, same issue, still happens. So could you please just send me a very long and concise, long and detailed description of exactly what the issue that I've reported to you is? Do not like come up with your own explanation. Do not suggest what it could be, what it can't be. Do not do anything. Just explain to explain in a very long explanation. Summarize the issue that I the issue in line with what I've described it to be and the things that I've mentioned. Do like that's it. Because I'm going to take this to another AI that can do the job better because clearly you just are incapable. Sorry, excuse me, what? I never was in the campaigns tab. What are you talking about? Where did the campaigns come into this? This is all about call history. Oh, never mind, never mind. That's hilarious. Oh, that looks so good. Nice. Please just make this automations. That's it. It doesn't need to be event dash driven.
Fuck.
For the automation context, I feel like just I don't know what you did, but it looks like all of the information that was previously there that would have been helpful is now gone. Was that purposeful or what happened there? Like, I don't know why you did that. There we go. That's nice. Okay. This is all looking pretty positive. Oh, this one, let's archive it. Let's edit this one. Turn this on, browse templates. Let's say referral check-in. Referral request. Sure. Uh, yeah. Oh, no. 5 minutes? Nope, not gonna happen. Archive. Archive. What time is it? 7 p.m.? Wait, how long have we been streaming for? Oh no, did we already hit the limit? Totally possible. I wouldn't doubt it, to be honest. Yep, we're far past the limit, so we're at 11 hours. Okay, well, I guess since we're at 11 hours, we're at 11 hours. No going back now. Actually, in fact, since this isn't recorded, this doesn't really have, and no one's here, doesn't really benefit me nor the world, so I guess that's day 35. Day 35, love you all. Or love, I don't even, what am I saying?